I was wondering why, it was over since, we started. Good evening and welcome to Investigator News. And it's very small, but I'm going to increase it so you guys can see it. We are doing the live election results tonight, and I have William on the phone. And let's see if I get that. There we go. You could see right now the numbers, the electorals are 178 for Trump and 113 for Kamala Harris. And let me, I want to show you the states. I'll be able to show the states and show what each one of the results are, like North Dakota, 75, and they called it, William, they called it for 75-22, 75 Trump.
Well, they've only got 14.6 in, that could change.
Yeah.
They're not going to stop counting.
Yeah, right? Well, in the last election, what I noticed is there was blue states, and I can't remember which one. And it was Biden was way ahead, and all of a sudden it just flipped. And Trump got it with a few points. So we can't, I think I have everything down further. It says how far of the votes. Virginia's 52% of the votes right now.
So on FoxNews.com, it is showing the time that the votes will come in.
Mm-hmm.
Right beside the name of the state, if they're not already sending in numbers.
Yeah, I bet everybody don't want to see my face. They'd rather see the numbers. And individual states, it says, like he said, when the polls close, it shows how many electoral votes there are. California has 54 electoral votes. They got a lot of them. Florida has been called, I believe, for Trump with 56% of the vote. To Harris, 42.
Some states have one candidate takes all, right, of the electoral votes, but some states have individual electors, and they're free to vote as they please, like Nebraska. So they're striped. So they've got 2 for Trump and one that's still holding out and deciding.
Uh-oh. Almost lost my stuff.
Oh, geez, I thought the election just went south.
No, not yet. Not yet.
I got to breathe again.
Yeah, when I say uh-oh, I push the wrong button because I've got other tabs up for stuff for later. But right now, I just really want
I
to.
had a John Glenn moment there with the Apollo team stopping to breathe, because they're putting the Eagle down on the moon the last possible second.
And they had, William, get this, they had a software malfunction on voting machines when they opened this morning in Pennsylvania. So that's why they extended the hours.
According to Redacted, they're being reported all over the United States are having machine malfunctions. But they're not entire counties. They're like individual machines where they have multiple machines available. So that's going to happen,
Oh yeah, oh yeah. They, look at the one we had at ours. We had the presidential name flip, and they pulled that machine out. And I checked with a friend of mine that went to that poll later on, and they said that they didn't know. But I think that's something I might call, because you can call your election board in your county. So I'm thinking about calling and finding out if they left it out or not.
If I had a machine like that, as soon as I pull it
Shoot
out,
it.
I pull
shoot it.
the processor out so it can't be used again during this election.
Yeah. I would shoot it, William, and put it out of its misery. That's me, though.
I just yank the CPU out of it, That way you don't touch the memory.
You're too nice. You should.
Well, you can't touch the hard drive, right? That's sacrosanct, and you can't touch the little plug-in USB that gets sent to the state. So the only thing you can really do to make sure that
power
it doesn't
supply
get put back in rotation is yank the CPU out.
It's like when I watch Cops and they put him to the ground and these guys are resisting and kicking and hitting the cops. And I'm like, tase him. Shoot him in the leg. Sick the dog on him.
Oh, yeah, I like those fur missiles that go in there and take care of it real quick.
My family's like, they call me Mimi, and it's not grandma. They call me Mimi, and they're like, Mimi, that's so mean. I was like, yeah, but I'm mean.
They're bad. They're bad.
Mimi's mean. Just shoot him.
For the police.
And we're still at 113, 178. No, right before me and William got on, I was telling him, I said, the numbers aren't moving. And I kept waiting, and it was like, the numbers just aren't moving. And I refreshed the page, and then I look over during the opening music, and it was like, boom, it went way up. And I was like, oh, there we go. Senate, I don't know if they have it on here. They had it on my phone, but I don't. Let's see. Well, House of Senate. I could flip these. Here we go. The Senate now, folks. We've got 46 Republicans to 37 Democrats. Now the House. We have 74 Republicans to 52 Democrats. Now it's still early, so we still got
a lot of the blue states aren't even sending in any tallies yet.
Yeah.
Like Ohio and Pennsylvania.
Well, yeah, Ohio is still kind of out. Let's see. Now Fox News called Kansas at 9:00 for Trump. That's just about 9 minutes ago, because this is Eastern time. They called Louisiana for Trump. They called North Dakota for Trump. They called Nebraska. They called New York for Kamala Harris. We kind of knew that. South Dakota for Trump. Texas for Trump. Wyoming for Trump. Delaware for Kamala Harris. Arkansas for Trump. Maryland for Kamala Harris. Oklahoma for Trump. Rhode Island for Kamala Harris. Connecticut for Kamala Harris. Mississippi for Trump, Missouri for Trump, Illinois was Kamala Harris. But then I'm getting kind of old, so we already knew those. But
I'm wondering if New York, Trump's going to get the popular vote, but not get the college, the electoral college vote.
Yeah, the electorals. Yeah. So,
you know how that they do that, right? Is these are the, I guess you'd call the best of society, and they're voted in by their peers to be, you know, in the electoral college, and that way, it's an additional stabilization of the nation, so that it can't swing too far one way or too far the other. It can move in a direction, but it can't just all of a sudden, you know, change the Constitution and, you know, change government overnight. So it's having the electoral college has been a major frustration for folks.
You know, back when Clinton ran, Clinton Bush, we were in line to vote. And they said they would finish up the line, so many, they counted so many out. And well, we were in it. But then Clinton hit the electoral, and they came out and told us to go home. That Clinton won. We were like, we don't get to vote.
Economy stupid.
You know,
he said it was the economy stupid, he won.
So, you know, we just, everybody kind of stood there and looked at one another, and they were, you know, they were saying go, you know, they closed the door, and
it's over.
Yeah, and it was like, what? We don't even get to vote. So we went home, and there was close to, I'm gonna say 200 in that line that didn't get to vote that night.
Yeah.
And that was on an Air Force base, William.
Well, we've got a problem right now that kids in the service have not had the opportunity to register to vote, and ballots haven't been brought to them. So they're not getting ballots in to the Navy on CODs or transferring stuff by, you know, I don't know, air refuelers or whatever in the Air Force, and by truck in the Army or helicopter. Why aren't these guys getting the capacity to vote like citizens, the citizens they are? I'm not too happy with it anyway. So I'm calling out DOD a little bit on that one. And, you know, it tends to happen only during when one party has the administration.
Boy, some of these polls, let's see, Iowa, Idaho, Iowa, their polls don't close till 10 p.m. Eastern time. And Idaho is 11 p.m. Eastern time.
You know, they have people up like in Rathdrum, Idaho, that's up there towards the Panhandle. The liberals are just moving out. Because there's no real, I don't know what you want to call it. There's no like firm parties or anything in Idaho. Idaho's just like, I don't know, the Wild West. And if they get nervous and stuff, people will just pack up and leave. Which I think is kind of astounding, because Idaho has probably the nicest people I've ever met on a planet. Same thing with Montana. Just sweet people.
I had, well, I know my gamers, the lady that I brought in, and she was doing games with me. and I left everything to her. She's in Montana, and she always invite me up there. I need to get her on. I just can't connect with the two of them enough to. Um, she has those service dogs. They do it for vets and kids with autism,
Yeah,
and they
I
train
need to visit her.
golden labs for service dogs.
I
And
need to visit her so she can see my Malamute service dog and see what she thinks about that.
yeah, I would love. I'd love to get her or him on. I'd like to get her on. He's more into it with the dogs and training them than she is, but she knows a lot, and she really directs all of it to to the vets
The
and
most needy vet.
kids with autism. She was going to get me a dog, and
Oh, President, former President Trump just went to 195.
I'm scooting back up.
113 for Vice President Kamala
Well,
Harris.
if he gets to 270, let's just call it quits, like Clinton did. But you know what? The point I was going to make earlier on about that vote we got shut down on. The Clintons and the Democrats were all for electorals. Now they're not. I don't understand that, how they keep flip flopping, because and I can't say the Republicans, they're just as bad. Um, they one minute they want the electorals, next minute they don't. Just leave it be, is what I say.
It's like
Just leave it alone.
gerrymandering. They can't leave it alone. The areas where people vote on which candidate for Senate and the House, they just can't leave gerrymandering alone.
They keep poking it with a stick, William, and that's what happens to these machines. They go haywire.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we should.
I'm gonna be fun tonight. I'm feeling rough. So
I like human beings with an ID and an ink pot to go on their finger, and that's the only way to get
now.
the vote.
You were talking about Ohio, William. Fox News calls Ohio for Donald Trump. They called Colorado for Kamala Harris. I'm upset about that because I've got quite a few. I got family members there and friends, and they were so hoping. So, but yeah.
I don't understand New Hampshire. That's got the home of John Paul Jones, and live free or die on their license plate, and then they're liberal.
Yeah.
They're crusty old New Englanders. How are they liberal?
Here's a good one that I heard for today. I got sent a clip, and I listened to it, and I didn't know this had happened with J.D. Vance. Now, a few days ago, our own president called us garbage. Well, J.D. Vance called Kamala Harris trash, and how pissed off the media got, William. It surprised me. I mean, they were all okay when it was we were garbage, and then that happens, and they're like, "Oh my God!" You know what I'm thinking? The news media tomorrow, I think they're going to need mental help. If Trump wins, I think they're going to need some help. Because remember the meltdown they had? Some of them anchors.
Here in Washington, we have churches that are opening their doors right now for people that are stressed out, so that they can have community around them going through this trial of watching this election.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm stressed. I'm antsy. I'm worried. I'm antsy. Because I got to come back after the election and do shows. It was like last time. That I thought it was going to be really hard, William, when Biden won. I thought, oh boy, this is going to be a hard one. But I went back in there and it just jumped right back into gear. I believe you were part of us then. You
Yeah.
joined us. And I had to just, keep my chin up and keep going.
When
But
Fox
see, I
shut
got the
down, I
hatred
said,
of the
"That's gonna be a
Clintons.
RICO case."
I think that's what keeps me going is the Clintons, because lately the boys on the track are coming
You
out
can't die
again.
because of the Clintons.
Yeah.
Funny.
Well, at least we know Dan Harmon passed away. So there's one down, one to go. We got Kirk Lane. And I would love to see these people all in jail, everybody involved in prison for what they did. But they're so old now. Because we're talking look how old Hillary is right now, and Bill.
Yeah.
And these guys that were their sidekicks, and
they're probably never going to face
nope
any questioning of their behavior.
no.
But I think when they go, they're not going to have a great legacy.
Okay, let's.
I think they hurt their legacy.
Okay, so here's the Senate race. They need 51 to win. They've flipped one plus one seat, and
So we've got
the Democrats
46
lost a
Republicans
seat,
for the Senate.
and they held 28. So I'm hoping we get both. I hope I would like to have both Democrats and Republicans watch us tonight, but it's kind of hard, William, when we're rooting for our party.
Well,
you know what? We're rooting for freedom is how I think of it. I listened to
as we're rooting against World War III.
Rooting against a lot of stuff. Okay, in the House, let's see. Thank goodness my computer's quick, huh? Republicans are 83 to Democrats 58. And it doesn't say anything about seats. So
if they sweep Congress and the presidency, the Republicans had better show up and get the job done.
That's it.
Or it'll be the end of the Republican Party.
Now, my granddaughter is 20, and she was asking me some questions, and she said she was watching one of them things with everybody in kind of in a circle, kind of, and I said, what, that like the Senate and the Congress? And she said she didn't know which one. And she said, how come some of these guys are so old? Why are we letting old ones in? And I said, because we need newer and younger delegates that we can vote into office.
But we need them that understand history and where the United States has been, so that they kind of know where we need to go. But just jumping in, not knowing anything when you're young, it isn't a great idea either. In my opinion.
Yeah.
Middle-aged men and women like Representative Sparks and stuff like that, I'm just all for.
Well, now over here, I was just talking about Colorado. Now, the polls are closed, and there's 23% of the votes are in, and Harris has got 483,000 to Trump's 362,000. Now, granted, it's over 100,000, but it's only 23% of the vote, William.
Yeah, it's not close with 23% of the vote.
No.
Right. They have to have at least 50% of the vote to know. Right?
Like Connecticut.
Got to have at least 50%.
Connecticut is only 8%. And they have her at 57 and him at 41%. I mean, that could even change. 94% of the votes are in Florida, so we know that's why they called that. If you're coming in, you're just looking at the screen, what's lit up in red, that means that election has been called for that candidate. So hopefully I'm trying to help them out a little bit, William. I had to go over and look and study this stuff today. Uh, so I'm trying to see which ones are closer. We got 84% in Kentucky. They must count quick in these states, like a deck of cards. So,
Yeah.
uh, well, get this. Louisiana's only got 2% of the vote in. And Arkansas's already got theirs. I mean, we're quick.
When do their polls close? Do you know? Because like here in Washington, it's not till 8 p.m.
Louisiana, the polls are closed. Let's see.
County.
Let me get down to
Calculations from the counties.
All right, let's go to Washington State. There we go. Polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern time, and there's nothing showing yet. Yeah. It's 0.
You know, the races are almost always decided before us here on the West Coast even get counted.
Well, it goes, the East Coast closed at 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. was Central. And then 9 p.m. would be Mountain time. Now, Arizona, I don't think they do that that certain time thing. But and then you got lastly, you got the West Coast. So and then some of them that got delayed or had issues, they're going to be closing late. So okay.
I read that some states that if you mailed in the ballot, okay, you didn't come in person, they were going to count those after midnight. So they're taking care of the ballots that came in person, and then they do the mail-in ballots after that.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I hadn't heard of that before.
So it's still at 195 for Trump and 113 for Kamala Harris. You know what I seen on TV tonight, and it was like you can't even compare that one. Is the last election they were saying that Trump's numbers were the same right now, I guess when the polls first closed, to what they were back then. But they totally shut everybody down at 10, 11 o'clock, and then added massive voting after that, massive votes. So I was like, no, you can't compare it to then.
No.
You really can't, because this is way different, because that was during the pandemic, and it was way different type of voting. And
well, in 2020, if you thought that there was something hinky going on with tabulation, you're a conspiracy theorist. Now you're, I don't know, a fact-based reporter. A lot's changed really since the last election as far as having a look and seeing where the votes and tabulations can be manipulated. And, it's being reported on now. So I think that's a good thing that it's out in the open. They're not trying to shush you. They're just, the courts now have looked at a certain number of the situations, and they found merit. So it's litigation takes a very long time in the United States.
Well, my thing just jumped, so let me go back up. New Hampshire for Camilla.
Yeah, they were going to do that.
They got her up a few. They got her at 117 now, so I think she got 4. Let's see. How many did she get for? Yeah, New Hampshire has 4. So
Concord and Burlington are like only 60 miles apart.
Yeah.
The states are the size of the county in New York.
But a lot of the East Coast is Democrat.
Yeah.
all up around past New York and is all pretty
Way up in New
much.
England, like Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire, they're not Second Amendment people anymore. Really, it's weird. It's like they're kind of a little bit. They're crotchety. They're part New Englander, and they're a little bit European too. So,
1% of the vote is in Maine. How weird, huh? Because they close up first. They're counting we got to get fast. We need the dealers at Las Vegas to go count votes.
Well, yeah, them are the Marines. Could you imagine some poor county clerk being stared down by a Marine?
They sold. Well, they were stolen for a long time. Those ruby slippers from the Wizard of Oz. Now, for 2 decades, they were stolen, but they were sold for I think like $2 million this week. I wonder if they smell, William, because she wore them for so long, so it probably smells like Judy Garland. Unless I don't know. I'd like to know who stole them for 2 decades.
The Bronco that was raced in Baja, that was known as Big Ole, it sold for $2 million too.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that down, and let's see. Now, fisherman makes a disturbing discovery near the creek. Well, what it was is more than 200 ballots were found in a creek. Let me see if they have a picture of it.
Which creek? Where?
Okay, let me see. Okay, come on now. It should say. In New York State Creek. The mailers were paid for. Now get this: the mailers were paid for by the state Republican Party, and attacked the record of Pat Ryan, a Democrat who faces a challenge from the Republican in New York's 18th congressional district. Now, the fishermen found in between 200 and 250 mailers that were torn and shredded and strewn about inside this creek. That's according to the U.S. Postal Service. So it was in New York.
Yeah, well, if they were in the postal system, that's a federal offense, because you can't remove mail from the U.S. Post Office.
And to throw them in a creek, and if that's pretty hefty, if you think about it. So,
nobody has access to that many ballots except for somebody like somebody that delivers the mail, right? To that many.
I'm sorry. I think
they have somebody that mail carrier that was hijacked and lost a load. I wonder. I'm turning on my foxnews.com to make sure it's getting updated.
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh my pages and throw it right back up. Well, we're still at 195, 117. There we are. So results incoming. Curious how it will play out. Yes, and hello to EME. Welcome to our program. We do news here, but I'm going to have all the updates. You know, I think it's everyone is just in intent and anticipating. Um, uh, well, EME, I watched this and did this same kind of show last election, and it looks like it's pretty much falling the same way, except for I'm going to say Pennsylvania and Maine, um, and Georgia, and the ones on the East Coast kind of are curious because they're running late and they're counting slow. You know,
Yeah, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Pennsylvania. If the other ones are delivering statistics about the number of votes that come in, they should be reporting by now.
yeah.
I mean, just a portion, not the entire.
So
vote.
it's definitely like he said, results incoming. Curious how to play out, but um, it is very curious how slow some of them are and how fast. You know, well, it was like
6% in.
there was something for Arizona that happened on a vote, and it was like it was that one that was last time when it was delayed almost till the last minute. California had all theirs in. I mean, William, I'm thinking this is a desert. I mean, it's not like California. And California and Oregon and Washington, they all had all theirs in. And Arizona was like waiting.
Arizona is a different place. You'd actually have to drive around Arizona to really understand it. It's a long ways between cities, and there's a lot of nowhere out there.
And now I'm going to throw his question up there. How soon before the final results, or will it be an all-nighter? Last time, I think I went till, what was it, midnight, William? Because you got to realize California, we're going to wait on them. Right now, we're still, was it 9 o'clock for the East Coast or the West Coast? I'm sorry. So
right.
They haven't even closed yet. And some of them, we went through this. Let me show you here. The polls, the polls close in Alaska at 1 a.m. So Alaska, we won't get those results till 2 o'clock in the morning. The ones for California, they say 11 p.m. So you can see that it could be 2, 3 o'clock. It's going to be definitely an all-nighter. We'll probably have final results, William, about 5 for the most part.
Senate and the House for sure we'll know tomorrow, but it depends on what the Electoral College does tonight.
Yeah, and it might be quicker than that.
Huh?
Okay, it's still 195 to 117. EME, we use Fox News, and I want to get. I found the most. Those watching, I looked for the most up to the second on these results to pull for you guys tonight, and I wanted to blow it up big so everybody could see this and see the numbers. And then I called William, and I drug him off the couch and told him he was going to do this.
Oh, yeah. It's okay because we went shopping early and Miki got her gravies. We had everything set up. I even bought an extra bed.
So and at 9:28 Eastern time, the Fox News called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. So there we go. And Ohio and Florida that have already been called. 94% of the vote is in. 56% for Trump. That was for Florida. Ohio, 62% of the votes in and 55% for Trump. So
Pennsylvania is kind of the opposite.
Well, they just had a big jump in some numbers for Alabama, but Trump is 248,000. Kamala Harris at 128. So I'm going to go back up and see if they changed the numbers.
You know what I'm encouraged by, Ellie? So many people have gotten out and done their civic duty this cycle.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you voted, the civic duty, people's feeling about their civic duty has been heightened more than I think we've seen in a very long time.
Yeah. You know, Emmy, I'm from California, so, and I have lots of family and friends that still live all from the top to the bottom of the state. And you remember when you guys were going to split the state, and you know they are now saying that there's enough Republicans they could split the state almost down to Stockton, which is pretty far. The only reason why the Democrats won't go for it is because they want San Francisco and Sacramento. And I think if we gave it to them, I mean, they'd be surrounded, but I think they might split the state. But it's pretty much a Democrat state, but I'm curious, like you are, to see how California turns out this time.
You know, Oregon's seen as a very liberal state, but as soon as you go west of the Cascades, it's as Republican as you can get.
Yeah. And a lot of the polls for the West Coast, they still have about 15 minutes. So I was thinking they would change these numbers.
I just got back from dropping off my ballot, and I didn't see any National Guard. I guess everything was okay.
Ours is okay. You know, we had, and this was odd because usually where we go vote, you know, you just go in there and do it. It's a sports center. And there was 2 police officers there. One was staying in his car, and one just kind of stood outside the doors. He wasn't in the building. So, but now I've heard in other places in the cities that, like up around New York, they said it's pretty thick up there. That all the polls are really being watched. Police officers, sheriff department, National Guard, all of it. Now, D.C. is surrounded by the White House, the Congress and Senate buildings. They're all barred up, and National Guard there. So,
well, in an election time, it's probably prudent to make sure that the government that's currently in power functions well, and that nothing happens to our national, I don't know what you want to call it, machinery, Senate, House.
Yeah. Now the Senate is 47 Republicans, 38 the House.
I don't think anything will happen because
102 to 72.
The Guard's already out before there's a problem. It's better to be proactive, right?
Yes. So we are again still at the same numbers, 195 Trump to 117 Harris. And I'm watching these numbers speed up as I scroll through. And I kind of get excited because, okay, they're going to add a few more numbers. And then I haven't seen anything. Wait a minute. I think I've seen some. No.
You know, Karen's been making me think about changing how my Social Security insurance goes so that I can maybe get my eyes done too.
Yeah, there you go. Speaking of Social Security, that's something that's been thrown out there that the Republicans are going to end Social Security. No. When you hear stuff like that, call the Social Security Department. That's all you got to do is call the Social Security Department and say, this is what I heard, this, and this. And they'll tell you if it's true or not. And as soon as I always hear someone's going to do away with it or there are changes or whatever, I call them up and I said, this is what I heard. And most of the time they say that is just media, um, media misinformation. It's like,
Well, despite the current continuing budget resolution, that can change in 2 months.
so you got to be so careful. Um, let's see.
Government funding's all up in the air right now.
In Pennsylvania, not only they have problems with their machines, William, but they turned away the GOP watchers, and it was real close to the time that they were supposed to open up, and the GOP people did. I don't know who they called, but within 30 minutes they were letting them in. And see, this is something that the Supreme Court, I think, ruled on, or someone did. It was something that they put into effect. And I think a lot of the states did it, but I believe the Supreme Court did it also, that they have to have so many watchers. So, and I encourage people to be watchers.
The sheriff's department there, right? Because that's where things are counted. They can impose, that you can't do that. So maybe you have somebody that's doing tabulation and they don't want Republicans watching them, but if you call up the local sheriff, which is just down the hall usually, right? Because it's part of the courthouse, and they'll come down and say, no. You have to have, it's got to be fair here. After the state government, the next most powerful agency is the sheriffs in the counties.
Yeah.
In fact, for state vote tabulation, the sheriffs, they're really the courthouses, county courthouses, they're really it. They're the ones doing the heavy lifting.
In Missouri, they got 23% of the voter in, and Trump and Harris are only about 6,000 apart. Right.
Missouri is always so close; they can't decide. They're somehow stuck between the Missouri and Mississippi River, and they just can't decide who they are. That's my feeling about it. I mean, there's the center of the country. There's Americana as anybody can be, but they just Missouri. It's what it is.
Yeah, and we're like 10 minutes away from the West Coast.
Truman came from Missouri, you know that. Yeah, he turned out to be a president that got us through the Korean War. So,
well, I think this election is going to go down in history. I really do think so, because the will of the people, I think, is what we're looking at. Because there were so many. I heard a story about the Amish. Usually there's 70,000 Amish that vote, and most of them don't vote. They said about 40% of them do. And they were talking to this guy this morning on one of the news shows, and he said they're looking at close to all of them voting, and they have went Republican because they're farmers, and then they make stuff and they sell it. And they said they have lost so much money in trying to sell vegetables and fruit, and also the furniture and the other things they make, because no one can afford to buy it. No one can afford to buy it.
The market's upside down right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And, it all has to do with, we have to be able to sustain and keep our country running with our own manufacturers, and just, the steel, the car manufacturers, the plants, the farmers. to be able to sustain ourselves and then work to help everyone else. It just seems like we have helped so many countries that.
Well, we prop up everybody around the world.
Yeah, and we'll see everybody looks at us for the help. I mean, why aren't they looking at the UK or Russia? Well, I can't say Russia or
because
China.
we're 4% of the population and we're the most generous country on earth.
That's it. Wow. Hello, Mary. Mary's.
We're the least racist as well. You know, we don't have a monolithic type of pedigree in the United States, like say China does or Cambodia does. So if I was to go to Cambodia or China, I'd automatically just be called a foreigner, right? But here in the United States, you can be any race and nobody even thinks a damn thing about it. They shouldn't. We're just the most aggressive people from every place on earth, and we tend to have a dynamic market, and we can help others. They can't help themselves, so we need to get our debt under control.
You know what is weird?
Competitors.
Nebraska. I mean, all the things on the list here. I don't know if you've really looked through it, but you get to Nebraska. It's a Nebraska at large, and then it's Nebraska District 1, Nebraska District 2, Nebraska District 3. Why didn't they just combine them? I don't understand that.
They used to have a thing where whoever won the popular vote in the state, all the electors automatically, it's winner take all of the electors for the state, like most other states. Well, they decided that each one of the electors could decide for themselves. So they've got an elector out there that just hasn't decided yet. So that's just part of the electoral college. There's nothing that says that you have to do what the state says.
Yeah.
The electoral college allows you to be independent.
Okay. Nothing's changed. Nothing added.
Vermont's got 76.5% of their vote in now.
Yeah.
That's quite a bit. Ohio's got 68% of the vote in. West Virginia's got 74%. And I guess we'll see what Virginia has here pretty soon.
A gentleman that came in to ask, is this going to be an all-nighter? Yes. I'm not an all-nighter. I'm not going to stay up all night with you guys.
Well, we're going to know what the definitive vote is for the Senate and the House really in the morning.
Yeah. You know, I'm thinking by midnight, William, I think we'll have the electorals in. For the most part. Well, I think, was it Hawaii and Alaska? 1 a.m. for Alaska. But how many? They got 3 electorals, so I don't think that'll make a difference. Now, Hawaii.
You know, and we're not even going to know what the U.S. protectorates that have representatives.
Now, they got 4, so that's 7 together. For and they close at 12 Eastern time, so it's going to be probably 1 or 2 when they'll have at least, I'm going to say 1 when they finally get some type of final numbers. I mean, it's still early. It's only 9 o'clock, and the East Coast, I keep calling it the East Coast. The West Coast is just now starting to close their polls. So now we have it East Coast to West Coast. Everybody should be closed, except for Hawaii and Alaska, and I think one other state.
Washington closes at 11, and so what does that make it for New York?
9. It's 9 o'clock.
2 a.m.
9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying here in about 5. You know, pretty much the West Coast, because that's no, that's 7 o'clock. Yeah, 7 o'clock your time. So, and 11 your time would be 9 o'clock Eastern time, 8 o'clock my time. No, am I wrong? Am I getting this wrong, Mary?
Well, we just
Anyway, they are 2 hours.
we have
They're 3 hours
calculations
behind. The West Coast is 3 hours behind the East Coast.
We just have the tabulations chasing the sun here.
Yeah. Boy, they haven't changed numbers.
No, it's 195. Well,
Oh,
wasn't it
Karen says it's
113?
9:55 her
17?
time. So
I think it changed for Camilla from 113 to 117.
yeah, well, it's been there for a while. I've been,
Oh,
and it's 7:55 in Arizona. DB, Arizona's a state. They don't do the time change thing, do they?
no, they don't.
I don't think they
do
do. So they're so I always consider Arizona kind of like mountain time. Usually, mountain time was an hour ago. So the West Coast should be closing their polls, and so those just coming in. We got 117 with Harris and 195 with Trump, and those are electorals. Now um, the Senate race, we still got 47 with the Republicans and 28 with the Democrats. Now the House, there is 111 with the Republicans and 77 with the Democrats. So it's looking good, but it's early on, folks. You know, I'll have all these numbers for you. EME is was in asking about how long this was going to be tonight. So, and hopefully I got the what?
It depends. You never really know absolutely what might happen. This politics is a full contact sport. You know, you get.
Give me a taser. I'll change some minds, William.
Huh?
You said it's full contact sports. Give me a taser and I'll change some minds.
Well, that's kind of a joke. It's no, they're going to do everything they can possibly do to win. I mean, this is the preeminent superpower in the world, and we're talking about the leadership of this country.
I am waiting, William, for Congress and Senate. I think it's Japan that they get in fist fights on the floor of their.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing that.
I don't know. Nancy Pelosi's pretty feisty.
Well, we did have one guy in one of the committees that challenged a senator, and the senator stood up, and then the leader of that caucus told everybody to sit down.
Well, early on when I was first looking, Bernie Sanders was winning his district. So, crazy. Yeah, I'd like to see if the squad makes it through this. And Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, because I don't know who's all's up. I didn't really check. I should have, but I would like to see. Well, I guess I can go.
Well, this is really a battle between the Democrats and Republicans, and then when you get in the Republican RNC, right? Then you got a battle between the MAGA folks and the establishment Republicans. So
I think Elizabeth Warren got hers. She's in Massachusetts, right?
Yeah, she's Massachusetts.
Okay.
Or Rhode Island. I'm not sure which.
See, folks, I'm able to go through all of these. So if you want to know what's up in your state, just throw it in the comments.
She's from Connecticut. I think she's from Connecticut.
Now Cruz in Texas, he's ahead by about 1 million. Now, last time I was looking, he was behind. I was like, oh no, I don't want to lose Ted Cruz. But he is ahead, and they're at 64% of the vote. Sanders.
Georgia's managed to get almost 80% of their vote in, and
Vermont and Sanders is ahead by almost 100,000.
I think the map's a little deceptive right now. I don't think it's keeping up with the changes that are coming in right now. Because I saw that Virginia with 60% of the vote in.
He just went to 205, William.
It shows it's not reporting. They're reporting 60% of their vote turned in.
Donald Trump just went to 205 to her 117.
205. Mine still says 195, so I'm waiting for the Fox.
Yeah, mine just flipped. So
you're fast. You're 4 seconds faster than I am.
I got it pretty quick. There we go. Just for that. Just for going up. Use the popcorn. Yeah, we're gonna throw popcorn in celebration tonight. Yeah,
I kind of wish I could watch the page instead of watching these maps. These maps aren't very fun to watch all that much.
Yeah. I mean, I got everything listed. I tried to get it so I could get what about PA? What do you want to know on PA, Karen? Let's see, where is it? Oh, right now they're even, and it's 42% of the vote is in, Karen. Because see, I don't have to click on it, but I just put my cursor over it and it gives me the stats for the state. So, and they still haven't, the polls are closed, but they haven't really declared the winner yet on that. Now, let me see. You said Pennsylvania.
They're tabulating the results.
Okay. In Pennsylvania for your Senate, it looks like it's pretty close. 43% of the votes, and McCormick is running a little bit behind. Now in the House, Karen. So anybody sees me doing this right now, I can give you some of these numbers. Now it looks like they called it, or Ocasio-Cortez with 68%.
Pretty popular in her district.
Yeah. So it looks like Cortez might get Pennsylvania House. So is your numbers changed yet? It's 205 to 117. 270 to we need to win. So
well, for Trump to win.
So I hope I gave you what you needed, Karen. Did you have a governor? Because I got governor's race too. Well, it's Josh Shapiro, and he won't be up for election till 2026. So I even gave you your governor thing. So I like this. I like what I like how they got this set up. It's way better than it was on the last election. I can maneuver around a lot easier. I don't know. I can't remember. It's been so long, but I just remember it seemed harder than this.
We had people standing up, drawing circles around different states and walking us around. Now we just have the tabulations. Kind of nice.
Yeah, and now Nebraska's got stripes, and it's 50% for Harris and 48% for Trump. But it looks like they called it. They got a check mark. So
Nebraska?
Yeah, Nebraska. Well, they got a check mark, and that usually means they called it, I thought. But I don't know. Maybe because the numbers.
That's going to be the final
Utah.
disposition. That's
Well, they don't
changed.
have no Utah. They close at 10 p.m. Eastern time. They're closed. If it's 10 p.m. and there's zero on that. Well, Louisiana is in 62%
Utah
for
might have to run
Trump.
everything by, their church. Just joking. Takes time.
Yeah, they even have a thing on here. You can do states or you can do counties. So I mean, it's got this is awesome how they set this up. So Mary was in here and she was talking about. She sent me a thing on that North Korea fired some missiles. Now, it was those ballistic missiles that they were wanting to fire and test. So, but I think it shook up a lot over there, and I think it really messed with Japan, to be honest.
Well, it messes with every naval ship in the AUSA block. It's Asian, United States, Australian block over there, Japan, South Korea. Everybody's radars go up at the same time on those ballistic missiles. Everybody can see them on radar and on infrared. So the whole system's trying to get a lock and target to knock that thing out of the air if it's necessary, calculate where the trajectory is going to go. It's a big deal for people that are serving.
Yeah. Now, I was telling William about this earlier, and I started laughing when I heard this. Now, China, folks, has Jinping says that he's a good guy, for one, and that he has never taken any landmass or country, and that kind of boosting himself to be like a number one leader in this world. And I laughed because I was like, oh my God, look at everything they've tried to invade, with the
everybody's
road initiative.
Ports already. They don't have to invade.
Well, yeah, because they build their own islands too.
That's right.
They build. I mean, I don't know. They claim they haven't taken over nothing, but they're building islands and taking over them. That's not listed in the, I don't know, the world directory.
China can't build an island in the Philippines exclusive economic zone and not have invaded their ability to control the waters around their country out, to the, I guess it's 200-mile mark.
Yeah. They called Utah for Donald Trump. They called Montana for Donald Trump. And it looks like New England, they've got 4 different spots, but it looks like so far he's got 3 of the 4, I believe. 3 of the 4 that's needed for the win.
Well, up in Maine, it takes a while for Dover Foxcroft to. I'm not sure they even have telephones up there yet.
Now, Pennsylvania, Karen, Trump has taken the lead with 50% to Harris's 48%. So, when I seen early on, they were going to say that, Pennsylvania was going to go Democrats. And I was like, wow. Because he really put a lot into Pennsylvania. So, but Pennsylvania had all them problems today too.
I wonder if that numbers are going to change on Pennsylvania by the morning. It's going to be a squeaker, whatever it is.
Well, I just wish he'd go to just jump to 250 or something.
Oh, you want a nap right away.
Yeah, no, I would just feel really good if he was at like 250 and them at 117. Uh, I would
Kind of a
be.
nail. This cycle's kind of a nail biter.
So, yeah, I'm surprised Susan isn't in here. Um, why is it? I don't know why
Well,
his thing went.
she would be if
Oh,
we
there we
were
go.
doing trivia,
Yeah.
and I'd know about it
Well,
right away.
I try to watch, the stuff on that side. And what really amazed me, I'm gonna say, uh, just totally blew me out of the water in amazement, was Oprah Winfrey. She was like, the world's gonna end. She was like, there won't be no more voting. I mean, I cannot believe how the fear she tried to put into everybody. That's not what she's ever been about. I mean, I loved Oprah, early on watching all of her shows and always wanting to help somebody and always peaceful and loving. And she's like, grr, we ain't going to be able to vote no more and the world's going to end. And I was like, man, wow, what happened to Oprah?
Whoever loses, if the Democrats lose, they're not going to lose their offices. They're not going to, somehow ejected from the country or something like that. They're just not going to be in direct control.
One of them stars said they were going to drink gasoline. I can't remember who it was. I wish I would have wrote it down because I was like, what? Goodness, come on. It's not. Is that going to? My whole thing is I'm going to drink gasoline if Trump wins, and it's like, why? Why would you do that?
This country is set up
hey,
so
Eddie.
you can't be hard right or hard left.
No, reload this.
At any one time, all by itself, it takes decades to redirect the United States. Generations.
That's it.
That's why the country's been so stable over time.
Yeah, I mean, but it's changed so much since Kennedy. I mean, just the technology that has come about with the airplanes. That just blows me away. Some of the planes we've put out, and and the drones.
You know what they've done with excavators now? So they keep their normal diesel engines, but now they put batteries and hydraulic chargers. So when the bucket goes down, it charges the cylinder so that when they grab the next scoop, they only have to lift the dirt. They don't have to lift the arm that time. So they're saving that energy, the arm going up and down. They're just paying now to lift the actual scoop of dirt, earth, whatever they're digging. So I think that's a novel idea. That's a wonderful idea.
Oh, just the inventions alone that they've come up with. It's amazing. It's totally amazing, the technology since the 60s that has just been in this all over the world. Taiwan and Taiwan and Japan.
That new airplane. Have you seen that new airplane that's being built right now? It's like 3 times the size of the 747.
Yeah, that might be the one that I looked at, and it was like, oh my gosh. And there's a littler one though, William, that it takes 2 passengers in it. I want to say Manta.
Yeah, I think so. But these are so they can transport those long blades for the windmills. They made a special plane for it.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's see where we're at. We're still at 205 and 117. Run over to the Senate. 48. I've only went up 1, it looks like, and 38 for the Democrats. And then the House.
I don't understand if they're not gonna on some of these be in till 12 or 11 or whatever, why do they keep putting them up on the board? Why don't they just put the states that are actually sending information in? I don't think somebody worked out that program completely.
Yeah. And you know, you would think with the technology we have today, even the voting system would be almost perfected. Some of the things that we invent
You know,
is
there's a shortage of coders in the United States right now.
of what?
Of coders for video games and front end work on new software, just like this page we're watching right now. Yeah, we have a shortage of coders right now, and some of them are fine. People without any coding experience are getting jobs as coders, and they're being taught how to code, and they're making up to $160,000 a year. It's amazing. It's because of the terrible shortage right now, because so much is becoming computerized. That there was a long time, a lot of companies held off until some of this software matured, and it's just got to the point where it's just exploding, especially on the engineering side.
Well, Karen, that's okay because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. I think I got 8 people to vote this time that didn't vote before. And I didn't even hound them. I just told them stuff. I told them what I know. I just can't see, this whole the mud slum, because it goes both ways. It should be about it. We should hear about the policy, the issues, and what these candidates are going to do. I don't want to hear them call so and so a pig, or what's the purpose of that? I would have got a failing grade when I took a debate, and
Ellie, for last week it's been like a political food fight.
Mm-hmm.
It's just meaningless.
Yeah.
They're not even talking about the big questions and the world dynamics and whatnot. They're just throwing spaghetti at each other.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, I went through some of those political programs, and I had to take debating, I had to take public speaking, and I couldn't. You can't. There was no name calling. You would get marks against you in your speeches if you did that. But see, that was in the 70s, and even, some of the classes I've been taking, they still, you're not supposed to, that's like a bad check mark if you're going to name call.
Yeah, people. Don't disparage people.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do me no good. It was like quite a few weren't in here back early on, and one of the J.D. Vance called Kamala Harris trash, folks, and the media had meltdowns over it. Oh, one of the ladies said, William, I have never heard someone call someone such a horrible name ever in her political history. And she was in her 40s and 50s. Never, really. Well, where has she been?
The big questions are, how do people feel about if they're going to be drafted? How do women feel if the Supreme Court can't protect them against the draft?
Yeah.
Real questions. Why are we talking about this stuff? Personality and whether or not somebody has a hangnail or a club toe. I mean, that's what it's getting down to.
Yeah. And there's a lot of issues that need to be, like you said, women in the military. I heard that early on this morning, that it's going to be a big thing because we're short. And as we get closer and closer to war, we're going to have to start giving better incentive, or they're going to have to do a draft. And the Democrats just really want to do women, draft the women. And I think both parties really want to do it, because I mean there is women in the military.
Has never been better once we went to an all volunteer service. The service became so much more professional, educated, and disciplined once we went to an all volunteer service.
Yeah. Everybody's so quiet now, it seems.
Well, you know, I just listened to a report last week from all the different Defense Department heads, and they actually made their quotas this year because they focused on it, because the Senate started asking them questions and whatnot, and they got their recruiters out and gave them some incentives, you know, to bring people in.
Yeah. Florida is 95% of the votes are in. We're getting closer on some of them closing. Kentucky is another one. They're 94%.
How does that work? Kentucky's got a Democrat governor, and they're going to end up being a Republican state. Is that what I'm seeing happening?
I don't know. It happens. We kind of had that here because I don't care. People in Arkansas can get mad at me. Asa Hutchinson was not a Republican. We all knew him as a Democrat. He has worked. He was Attorney General for the Clintons. Every time he had anything going on, it was always Democrats. And I think he changed parties, if I remember right. And so we had him, and then the rest of the state was red. He decided he was going to run as a Republican, but all the changes he made to the state, Sarah Huckabee had to come in and fix. He was tearing us down like we were a Democrat state, bringing in all the Democrat policies. He wanted to do sanctuary city here. We said, heck no. We don't need that in Little Rock. We already got the gangs and the violence in Little Rock and North Little Rock. We don't need, sanctuary city. A lot of these are about 50-60% of the votes are in.
Let's see.
Oklahoma is 86%.
Right?
Rhode Island's 83.
How far west they are.
Yeah, they're right next to us. They're west of Arkansas. 85% for South Carolina.
They're working hard to get everything tabulated.
Tennessee is at 84%.
Thank you to Oklahoma for not keeping us in the dark.
Yeah, some of them. Vermont, 82%. Vermont definitely went to Kamala Harris. So
the Green Mountain Boys, that was their name.
Don't drink their beer.
The Revolutionary War. The Green Mountain Boys. They were a good fighting force that came out of.
All right, and we're still at 205 to 117.
I think we'll see in our lifetime some of these red states go blue and some of these blue states go red.
I think because of the migrants. I think them settling in. I think they're gonna turn some of them. But if we start shipping them back out, they just need to come in and just do it right. Their countries, they don't need amnesty here. They're not dying in their own countries. Some of them.
It's not good to give them amnesty. It's good to make sure that they get the full social, or not social, the full civics lesson about what the United States is all about, how the Constitution, the three branches of government work, and then they swear allegiance to the United States, right? and they leave their other country behind. They start a new chapter in their lives, and they go from just being here on a temporary card to being actually one of us, instead of being in this long, drawn-out thing that leaves them in limbo. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good for them. It's not good for us. It's just terrible.
William, I'm gonna take a break. So now you got to entertain everybody for about 10, 15 minutes. I told William there's a little girls' room thing, and and I got to stretch my legs.
She can't take the camera with her, but I can take the telephone, so we're good.
Yeah, that's it. So William is going to entertain you for about 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to go fill my coffee cup up. I've got 3 bottles of water. I have a cream soda and a cup of coffee in here. So, but I'm going to refill my coffee cup and hit up the Minnie Mouse room, and I'll be right back. But William's going to be here, folks. Don't leave. And I'm going to leave the screen up so when it flips and anything you want to know, William's got this pretty much the same info. So, all right,
yeah,
15 minutes.
5 for former President Trump. Now, I've gone over to the Senate races right now, and Banks looks like he's at 59% in his Senate race. Connecticut, Murray looks like they're winning with 17% of the vote there in Connecticut. Let's see. Maryland, 78% of the vote for Allcooks, I think was the name I saw. New Jersey, Kim, a Democrat, 53.7%, with 73% of the vote in, I think is what I saw. I'm trying to keep up these fast, and, I'm a little autistic, so bear with me if I'm off a number or two. Nebraska, it's kind of a toss-up between Fisher and Osborne. Arizona, Gallego and Lake, looks like Democrat Gallego in Arizona is moving forward with 50% of the vote tabulated in the state. Let's see. Wisconsin. Oh, I lost Wisconsin, I'm sorry. New Mexico, Hendrick, a Democrat, looks like they're moving forward with 24% of the vote in New Mexico. I'm going to go look over to House races now and see what we got going on. Indiana, looks like Mervyn Democrat over Niemeyer. It was like 75% of the vote in. Luna in Florida in the 13th district looks like she's ahead with like 99% of the vote in Florida. Let's see. Let's look at Virginia 7th. Looks like Vindeman, our former, I can't remember if she's a lieutenant colonel or a general. Vindeman, he's now running and is winning. Let's see, what have we got? Okay, Illinois, District 17, Sorensen ahead of McGraw. Maryland, District 6, McLean is behind Perot. I'm sorry. Please don't. I'm sure it was Perot. Okay, these ones they're reporting right now are not very. Oh, here we go. New Jersey, District 7, looks like Keene is ahead of Altman. Pennsylvania District 8, Cartwright ahead of Brennan-Ha. Iowa District 3, Beckham ahead of Nome. Nebraska District 2, looks like Vargas is ahead of Bacon. Vargas is a Democrat. Okay. Let's see, Texas District 34, Gonzales, 52%. Let's see, Colorado District 3, oh, I lost that. I'm trying to look for the ones that have the greatest amount of reported in, so their numbers are more. Okay, Nevada District 1, it looks like Leota ahead of Avalon. New Jersey District 4, looks like Gillian ahead of D'Esposito. New York District 22, Manning ahead of Williams. These are for the House, guys. There's a lot of people in the House, so. New Hampshire office is ahead. New Hampshire District 2, Goodlander ahead of Tang Williams. Oh, I just saw a Washington. We're starting to report here, guys. We might be somebody yet. Okay, what do we got going here in the Senate? Indiana, McCray down to Banks. Ohio, Marino ahead of Brown. Maryland, Alsobrooks ahead of Hogan. Mississippi, Wicker ahead of Pinkins. All right, here we go in Rhode Island. White House ahead of Morgan. So let's look back here at the president and see if that's changed. Now, it's still 117 electoral votes for Kamala and 205 electoral votes for former President Trump. And I should say current Vice President Kamala. Vermont, Harris ahead of okay, yeah, this is President. What do we got here? West Virginia's for Trump. Alabama's for Trump. Looks like Connecticut's for Harris. Delaware, looks like Trump. District of Columbia, Harris in a big way. Illinois for Harris. Kansas for Trump. Maine for Harris. Maryland for Harris.
I'm back.
All right, I'm naming the states and who they're for right now between Harris and Trump. We're doing the president. We did a little bit of the Senate, and we did some of the House as well. So New Hampshire, Harris is ahead of Trump. Rhode Island, Harris is ahead of Trump. Pennsylvania, Trump is slightly ahead of Harris right now, which is kind of a surprise. Nebraska, Trump is a little bit ahead of Harris. Minnesota's Trump's solidly ahead of Harris. Let's see. Wyoming, yeah, it's just Trump. We don't have to worry about that one.
Let me go down the line.
New York, Harris is ahead of Trump. North Dakota, Trump well ahead of Harris. Louisiana, Trump well ahead of Harris. Iowa, Trump maybe 6 points ahead. Montana, that's like 20 points ahead for Trump in Montana. Nevada was putting out some numbers. Okay, now I just got the western states that are.
I'm going up the rows here. They can see because it's marked red or blue on who's ahead.
The House has got a lot of Democrats winning. that are coming in. Of course, they're East Coast, so.
Let me go grab that real quick.
I just missed the Kentucky numbers. Okay, Florida for Trump, Georgia.
Well, we still got, it's 136. Republicans flipped 3 seats, folks. Democrats at 91, they said they lost 3 seats. But of course, if Republicans flipped them. So,
but remember, Republicans will drop out before the end of their term. So,
And the Senate were at 49, and they only flipped 1 seat, and Democrats got 39.
I see one more Republican just quit in the middle of their term. I'm going to go find them and spank them. Tell their mom. Bring out some mom power for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I got some stuff here. How about, I got some funny things about laws in different states. Like Alabama, you don't dress up as a priest for Halloween. Alaska, you can't wake up a sleeping bear to take a selfie. Now, Arizona, where's DB? DB, no donkeys in the bathtub.
Donkeys? No donkeys?
No donkeys in the bathtub.
What are we going to do now?
Arkansas, you cannot name your child Zabra Daka. What the heck? All right. California, animals must not procreate near churches. Okay. Colorado, don't mutilate the rocks. You stack them for no weird reason. You just stack them up. Connecticut, pickles must bounce.
They must bounce. They can't just land.
Now, these are laws, folks. So Delaware, don't use your car as a picnic facility. Don't use your car as a picnic facility in Delaware.
Oh.
I like this one. Stay-at-home dads are considered vagrants. That's in Florida. Shame on you guys in Florida.
Spank, spank, spank.
Georgia, no eating chicken with the tableware, huh? You just pick it up and you eat it with your fingers, with your fingers. They do that in Louisiana. Yeah, it's not down here in the South, William. It's not fingers, it's fingers.
Mickey's going to be really upset about not being able to use the silverware.
My dogs eat off a fork. Perfectly eat off a fork. It's crazy. Now I know why when my puppy was so bad sick and in the hospital, when they tried, he wouldn't eat. So they got a spoon and he took it off the spoon. Because I feed these dogs with a fork most of the time. All right. People are going to email me saying, ooh, how horrible is that? All right. Hawaii, don't put coins in your ears. Idaho, cannibalism is outlawed. Finally,
you can't put
huh?
coins in your ears? How are you going to die in Hawaii if you can't put a coin in your ear?
I hope you guys are liking this.
Your ears pop when you go deep.
Oh, this Illinois don't keep smelly dogs. Oh, where was that? Greek resident guilty of entering homes to smell shoes. Oh my God, I found this earlier. This is Thessaloniki. Thursday imposed a suspended 1-month prison sentence on a man convicted of disturbing his neighbors by repeatedly sneaking into their houses to smell their shoes. This 20-year-old man.
Mickey wants to go with him. She would love him. They could hold court.
He stressed he had no intention of breaking the law or harming anybody. He just was drawn to smelling people's shoes. And the smelly ones don't matter.
The porch, guys. The porch. Leave the shoes out on the porch for this guy.
So in Illinois, don't keep the smelly dogs. I'm going to flip over really quick. Oh, the numbers did go up. Looky here, folks. Kamala Harris still at 117, and Trump moved up to 211, folks.
211.
211. We're closer to the 270 needed to win.
Well, Trump is closer. We're all Americans, you know.
Yeah, I looked at, they had where they were, meeting and, waiting for the win on both parties. And they were, there was concern and they were quiet.
You know, I want to say something, as a Republican to the Democrats. As a Republican, we love you as Americans. We're not really big on your ideas right now. We might be big on your ideas in a little while, but right now we're just not. But we love you as Americans.
That's a really good point, William, because we got friends and family, and I've got friends and family that are, and we don't talk politics, but I hear, them struggling. I don't know how I'm gonna, feed the family. I have my sister, or some of them have their father moving in with them, and they don't know how they're going to make it. And I said, it's just the way the economy is. You got to look at what they've done to the economy. And I never say a person, I just say the administration. And I don't know
if I'm in a foreign country and I see an American taking a bunch of bad abuse, or whatever, I'm not going to ask them if they're a Democrat or a Republican. I'm coming in as an American. Stand up for my brother or sister. It doesn't matter. When I was in the military, we didn't talk about who was Republican or Democrat. We talked about the mission. We talked about taking care of each other so we could make sure we could accomplish the mission. An American hurt anywhere in the world is all Americans hurt everywhere in the world. Anyway, that's my opinion as Republic. We love you. We love you guys. And there's going to be plenty of room for you, and we're not going to throw you out. And, come be with us.
A whole bunch of votes just went in Iowa. It was zipping. The numbers were zipping. I don't know if you guys seen that.
I'm
trying to see which ones are. If there's very many that are
videos. That's from Iowa.
I'm kind of just going through and seeing if there's very many that are still waiting to open. I know Alaska and Hawaii, but there's a few. But most of them the polls are closed. Washington, we're still at 11 p.m. William, make them open it and start counting.
I had to drive up
Karen
to the county,
with Pennsylvania, 83% of the vote is in, and we got 2 million for Trump, 2,700,000. Oh boy, that just went. And Harris is only 2,000 or 2,100,000. This one just went big. On the Trump side was New York. Now he's still 1 million behind, but those numbers just zoomed about 60,000 votes in New York for Trump that I watched.
We're still watching there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 seats that are, not being reported on yet for the House. They're still up for grabs. No, neither party has a majority yet.
Yeah. And let's see, we're still waiting for Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and North Carolina. Then we got New Mexico, Arizona, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Nevada, California, Alaska, and Hawaii. There's not very many left. They even still have Georgia white, but Trump is 51%. I guess you guys can see that 51% to 48%.
If you're a Republican, you know about Miss Flores down in Texas that's running. She's down by 4. Gonzalez is winning.
Virginia's really close. It's got 49.67 for Harris, 48.69 for Trump. North Carolina is the same way, except for Trump's about 2 points ahead. It drives me nuts. Now look at this. Minnesota, 60% of the vote is for Trump, 36% for Harris. I'm glad you guys could see these. You know, William, this tickles me because I didn't have this last time.
Is at 51.2% to Anderson 48.8.
Yeah, and now Wisconsin is real close. We got 49. You guys could see that 49.94 for Trump and 48.58 for Harris, and that's with 56% of the vote in. That could go either way. Now, same way with Michigan, because they were like all hot that Michigan, she was going to get this, but 24% of the votes in, and they're pretty even.
Well, Washington, D.C. for president, 92.7% for Harris.
Of course.
That's a big number. That is a big, big, big number.
And you know, I don't understand that because a lot of when I've been to D.C., William, and I was very disappointed because we had to go through some pretty scary neighborhoods to get to D.C. itself. And
D.C. becomes comfortable with whichever party's in power. So
yeah. And you know what I seen was
with them day in and day out.
When we were driving through, I seen it wasn't just the blacks, but there was whites that just looked totally destitute. And this was in the 80s and then 90s. And it's like driving through the worst ghetto I've ever seen. I was shocked. And you know, we ended up locking the doors and rolling up the windows. I mean, that's how scary it was. And for these people, you know who speaking of blacks, you know who has now decided to support Donald Trump? Black Lives Matter.
Who?
Black Lives Matter. They're pulling all of their support for the Democrats, and they are now saying they are full in support of the Republicans. You know what? I'm gonna throw popcorn about that.
How did that happen? Well, I know that there's a lot of folks in communities that are predominantly black that
they struggle bad too.
Really
they struggle worse.
So the economy.
I had to, look at my. I call him my adopted son. He's an African American, and he's got 5 kids, and his other half lost because it just went off the deep end, and he had to move his mom in with him because he just can't afford. He can't do it. No, the thing is he can't afford child care. He's okay with making sure they're fed and they're taken care of and they got clean clothes and they're bathed, and he got all that handled, and he's got his rent and he's working 2 jobs. But
in the 90s, I had the same problem with my 4 kids when my wife decided that she was done. I was paying $1,200 a month child support, and to make the rest of the bills was getting pretty tough.
I did some babysitting early on when my kids were young, and back then, that's in the late 80s and early 90s, and people couldn't afford to pay for childcare. And that was before all the regulations went out. More government. Does everybody really want more government? And, I seen a poll on that today, and it was, do you think more government would help? And 60-something% said no. I mean, yeah, well, all they're going to
never
do is
show
make
up
it
with
so you
right.
can't afford a child care.
The help they show up with isn't the help that you need. That's the
Yeah.
problem with the government.
Well, that's the whole point of, having socialism is more government programs that are supposed to be there to help you. But it only is going to help certain people. Like, it's almost run like welfare, William, where you can go in
Well,
and they only have a certain amount that if you earn this amount, you can get welfare. Now, if you make $2 more, you're SOL. I
in
never could
Washington,
understand
they
that.
pick
There
winners and
should be a
losers. You know what I
margin.
mean? Here in Washington, they pick the winners and losers. It's a really
Yeah.
socialist place.
And the whole thing is, with welfare, they should put a margin in there. I mean, if you make, let's say, up to $30 more, because $30 you could buy, some groceries. But to cut someone off for $1 or $5, you
Well,
know,
they have a limit, and they have to enforce a limit someplace.
yeah. And then all of a sudden, the migrants coming in, they give them food stamps, they give them welfare and the Medicare and give it all to them. And
Well,
what
they're
gets me
unlimited.
is,
They're looking at their situation as being absolutely dire, I think. So it's like the difference between an economy that's way behind and an economy that's really good. So you give more aid to a new building economy than you give to a rich nation that has a really strong economy. I think that's the thought process that's going on, but I think the execution is out of balance.
the Senate and the
Idea.
House numbers are going up so slow. That just drives me nuts. We're still at
It's like
211.
watching concrete dry, isn't it?
Yeah. Think about how I felt last election. I was all by myself. I was like, Karen. I think I put Karen to sleep, and it was like, oh my God, what do I talk about next?
Karen and I were in the chat room when Fox went off the air, and I said, well, that's it. It's a RICO case now.
All right. So back to these horrible laws. These are real laws in the states, folks. Indiana, there's a speed limit for horses. They're not to excess 10 miles per hour. Iowa, you are not allowed to shoot a Native Americans if more than 5 of them are on your property. Why would you shoot Native Americans?
I'd end up shooting myself.
They had, oh boy, this is many, many years ago, folks, when Biden got in office, but when Trump was in office, there was an Indian reservation that goes from, I think it's New Mexico, down into Mexico. And they do have a fence or a gate, but they don't want to shut it. They didn't want to shut this thing off because then it would cut off their other side of their property and the stuff they own. Well, when they left it open, when Biden went in office, about 100,000 illegals went into and settled on the reservation, and they will not leave. Now they can't get them to leave, and they're building more and more up. And the Indians don't want, they don't want them there. And okay, Iowa.
They don't want help from the federal government as well.
No, they don't. No.
The federal government comes in, you can't get rid of them.
Yeah, bingo. But they don't really. A lot of those reservations, folks, they have their own leaders and laws. They do have a sheriff's department and I think a police department. But for the most part, they don't want really much to do with the federal government because, one, it's too big, and it's too many laws and rules.
An Indian reservation is their very own nation. It's not like a place for people that are similar. This is a different nation within the United States. So they have their own laws, just like Denmark has their own laws.
Yeah. So Iowa, you're not allowed to shoot Native Americans if there are more than 5 on your property.
Maybe they should find the next worst.
Now, I would expect this one for California, but it's not. It's Kansas. Don't screech your tires.
Kansas, don't. Well, you don't want to throw a hot rock, into a wheat field that's white and all of a sudden have a fire.
Can you imagine reading over these? Can you imagine the weird stuff they're going to put in the next 4 or 5 years? Karen, do you remember when I did that one on? I did a show on wasteful spending by the federal government. It was just stupid stuff. I think you were with us, William. So I think Mary was too. But I did a show on wasteful spending of the federal government, and the stuff we spend stuff on that we finance for testing was like watching ants to see how they mate. It was really.
Yep. Don't get out of the service because you're going to owe the government if you don't get that ballpoint pin back to them before you leave. There's going to be a bill.
So we got some more numbers. Kamala Harris now gained 2. She's went from 117 to 119. Trump is at 212.
212.
So I think he was at 211. So and she was at 117, I believe.
So is the race tightening up a little bit now? So it's within 90 now instead of like 100 before?
Well, all of the it has, on the map it shows, but on the side it's got all of the Democrat states. Now all of those are in blue. Let's see, did they call anybody? Wow, Maine. They called Maine District 2 for Donald Trump. It flipped.
That's surprising. Well, Maine flips back and forth a little bit.
Well, see, they had for Maine they had 2, 1, and 1. So
Maine got a lot of help from Trump for crabbing and the lobsters. He made it so that they could go out and fish enough lobsters to meet the needs of the market, but not overfish the fishery, so they weren't locked out now. So Maine was pretty happy with Trump because of that. Lobsters are a big deal in Maine.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is 66% reported, and Trump is still in the lead, Karen, with 50%. It just looks like everything's kind of a standstill for the western states of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Nevada, California, Arizona, New Mexico. New Mexico, I don't know why New Mexico is real Democratic, because they have so many problems with the migrants.
It's because they have the big lab down there where they did all the research to create the atomic bomb. Well, now they're maintaining the bombs and stuff like that. They're a lot of highly educated people down there, and they bring that with them from the universities.
Yeah. Now, we had for Arizona, and I was surprised to see this is so quick. 50% is reported, 49.82, so 50%, and they're about even. They're in Arizona. So we got 212 for Trump and 119 for Kamala Harris, folks.
So that's substantial.
Yeah, he's way ahead. And
popular.
The whole thing is, I didn't expect Maine to have one of their districts turn, because you could see it. I guess they could see it on the monitor. It's like red and blue. That's striped.
Well, when the nation of California comes in, that Vice President Harris numbers are going to go way up.
And Nebraska is still, and it's not really blue. They got white stripes, but they say that Trump has got 52% of the vote there. So Nebraska, I'm thinking it's going to go ahead and go with for 52% of the vote. It just looks like he might get Nebraska.
The stripes are because of they had 3 electoral votes and only 2 of the electors have voted so far.
Okay, and it says Washington, the polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern time. We got another hour on that. Yeah. Oregon is the same way, so we got another hour. Oh, look at California. They just had some color. Nevada, how could they do that if they're not closed yet? Well, they are now. They are now, so yeah. But they got them as blue. They have it as blue.
Harris just went to 193 when California jumped in with the electoral college, so that's a lot closer.
So
now we're 20 points.
And then we have of course the polls are closed, but we got 65% of the vote in at New Mexico and 50% in Arizona, and of course let's see. Oops. Polls in Alaska is 1 a.m. Eastern time, so we still got to wait, and 12 Eastern time. That's got about another hour. So now, they jumped up. Kamala Harris did jump up to 193, folks.
Because of California came in.
Yeah.
You know,
and Donald Trump is at 216. 216. Yeah, California, Oregon, and Washington. California, definitely. I was hoping California might go red, because even the Democrats there are very upset. And more areas were becoming red.
Yeah.
So, but total votes, 50,754,000 votes for Trump. And Kamala Harris, we got 44,605 votes. And on the hour, we had Idaho calls. Idaho is for Donald Trump, and they're saying California will be Kamala Harris. And same way with Washington, the state of Washington for Kamala Harris.
Washington's a Democratic state.
So those are the 3 that came in at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but I don't think you guys can read them. I tried to increase it and it made it worse. So I left it here.
Arizona's more Republican than Washington.
Right. So we're still waiting on PA, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada. And then we got up north that I think the votes ought to be in. Get this. Minnesota is only 11% reported or votes tallied. 11%. What? Wisconsin, 60% of the vote is in. And then Michigan is only 27%.
Oh, I know why Minnesota's being a little slow. They're waiting for snow. They got to do it by snowmobile.
They're going by sled dog. Oh, something changed here.
It's cold up there. It's not a joke. A lot of lakes, a lot of water, a lot. You know, it's a different place.
Yeah. Oh, you know, a lot of those ones that
you just haven't experienced it.
I knew a lady that was up in Canada, and all of the states that border Canada, she said just the first 50 to 100 miles in on all those states, they're more Canadian than they are people of the United States.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, they don't go to a port of entry to cross over into Canada either. People shop back and forth. They just drive through.
Yeah.
They're all mixed together for you know, like you said, 100 miles in both sides. they all work for Ford. You know, Windsor's, Ford's made in Windsor's, Ford's made in Detroit. Cleveland, we're all
Senate's tightening up.
It's just the same way as down in Texas on the Mexican border with families that have,
oh yeah,
you know, married.
And they're saying the cartel is taking over pretty much this side of the border now.
Yeah,
that's a new thing that we're going to have to deal with, is the cartel taking probably 50 to 100 miles in of our country.
well,
You know, at least Canada isn't trying to take over. They just, you know, people live both sides, but not on the border.
Snap the cartel right out of Mexico and leave the people alone. And then we can do what we have to do, but cartel, we can't keep giving the cartels money.
Yeah. Now we've got three seats that flip for Congress. We got Republicans at 155 and Democrats at 101. So it's looking okay. 50 for Senate and only 42 for the Democrats.
Both parties have put up a good fight.
Yes.
In their own way. They're different. They fight differently, you know. They have kind of different constituents that they put up a fight.
Yeah. So
they're honorable, you know. That's an honorable thing to do, you know, if you're a political party running for president and Senate and House. If you didn't put up a good fight, well, you wouldn't be part of the process.
Yeah.
Would you? I was at, you know, down at Walmart, and I just kept asking people, have you voted? Have you voted? Have you voted? I don't care who they vote for. I just want them to get civically engaged. They'll figure out the issues once they get there, but just...
Now, the thing with California, though, that we talked about, the polls are closed. And it says there's it's 0 for them adding the votes. But they have Harris as a win.
California, that's the electoral college votes. So they just haven't reported the popular vote yet. Started reporting it.
And same way with Idaho, and see the same thing is 0 is reported so far, but they have Trump as a win.
If California during the popular vote, as we go into the evening, changes to Trump, all those electoral votes will be jumped over to Trump.
Yeah.
Because it's a winner-takes-all state in California. So indications early are that Trump is ahead of, or that Harris is ahead of Trump in California. But it doesn't mean that'll be sustained.
Right, because they haven't even counted the votes yet. I mean, they're just, they assume because of registered voters. But
well, they've got only 3 or 4% of the vote. They're making their educated guess on, and based on what happened in 2020. But things could change.
Yeah, guesstimating is what I call it.
Yeah. Well, this is all until you have 100% of the vote in. You don't have 100% of the vote in.
That's it. That's it.
You can't count your chickens, you know, before the eggs hatch.
And a lot of them, 89, I'm seeing a lot of 89s, 88, 87% in.
What was Larry's last name, Ellie?
Huh?
Larry's last name that was part of the program when it first started.
My brother?
Larry Nichols. Larry Nichols.
Oh, or Larry Smith, or my brother.
No, Larry Nichols.
Yeah.
Larry Nichols said, and I don't know what all of his political thing is, but he was right on this. He said, politics in the United States, when you're running for president, is a full contact sport.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah. And for those that know him, I was one of his sources for a lot of his info. And then he wanted me on a show. He definitely wanted me on a show, but things clashed. And I was good friends with his wife. Um,
I found my way to the show through Larry Nichols and then through Ellie, and then of course Ellie's used me for a little
yeah,
bit.
after he passed away, it
The
went.
commentator,
Um,
right?
uh, because after he passed away, his wife asked if I would just back off and let him rest.
Okay.
And so what I did is, I kind of just stayed away. And there was Mary Ellen. I don't know. She was. I'm not going to go into a mess with that, but she turned the show religious and was reading scriptures, and then eventually she just had to quit because the it wasn't really her name. The family kind of said no, that we don't want you using his name or the show. Let him rest, type of thing, please. So I backed off. I don't know, but I lost track of all that, and I've been letting her kind of, it's been I think over a year or so, and it's really hard for me to go over and talk with her because when she sees me, she sees a conflict, because it was all over that box of info he had, and I seen it all, folks. The only thing in that box, and everybody was so into this, the only thing that was in the box was all of his legal paperwork he did when he fought for the women against Clinton, or not. Yeah, Clinton. So anyway, listen, well, I don't even want to go there no more. So, all right. So we got more color. We still have Nevada. We have Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. We're still waiting on Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Trump went up a little bit, Karen, 51% to 47%. Virginia.
Predictions and updates. It shows Harris ahead of Trump with 0% in.
Yeah. We got 87% of the reporting, but they're still waiting. 88 for Georgia. 73% for PA. 30% for Michigan. 63% for Wisconsin. And 13% for Minnesota. See, that's how I expected Arizona, because it's desert. What was it? They don't allow donkeys in the bathtub?
Yeah. Well, that's because, okay, hear me out. If you ride into town and there's a place to water the horses, are you going to get the bath first, or the horse is going to get a drink? And you've been riding for, a day and a half in the dust. I don't know. Maybe that had to do something with it.
Anyway, every time I read those, the numbers go up. So, all right. Kentucky, reptiles and religion. The use of reptiles in any religion, thank goodness, snake churches, within the state of Kansas is strictly prohibited. There you go. Ben William, I went to a church one time and I swore they were going to pull out the snakes. I went with a few people, friends, and we went in and we're all sitting there and we're watching them, and our eyes got really big and we were looking at one another, and then we all kind of leaned together and said at the same time, are they going to pull the snakes out? I could have swore they were going to start pulling. This was a little itty bitty church way off in the middle of this small town, and I got an invite. I thought, hey, I'll go. I'm game. I tell you what, we couldn't get out. We couldn't get out of there fast enough.
We had a bunch of kind of different churches spring up in the 60s. Some came from old traditions, and some came from really new traditions. And some mixed together in San Francisco. We had some strange churches in the 80s. Formed for a little while there.
Yeah. What about Louisiana? Surprise pizzas are against the law. You could be fined $500 for sending a pizza delivery to someone's house without their permission.
Yeah.
Maine, no gambling at the airport. No, don't. No coins. Don't pitch those quarters.
Did you see that car that parked and took somebody's space or something like that, and the guy got eaten by dumping a Corvette full of concrete? That should be against the law. Filling a Corvette full of concrete.
Yeah. Okay. Maryland, body studios are illegal. It's against the law for any person to operate, conduct, or maintain a body studio.
What's a body studio?
I don't know. It says if anyone knows what it is, let them know.
Is that like where they taxidermy people, or I mean, what's the deal?
I'm thinking, body repairs or surgeries, alterations.
Well, plastic surgery should be okay, and orthopedics and all that stuff. But what's a body studio?
Yeah. Massachusetts, don't sell fewer than 24 ducklings before May 1st.
I got an idea of what that body studio might be.
Huh.
So, hear me out. I have an art minor. It's
I'll
where
have to cover my
you have
eyes.
a painting studio, and you lay a canvas on the ground, and you smear yourself with loads of paint, and then you just jump on it and roll. That could be a body studio.
I guess. And we still got Donald Trump at 216 and Kamala Harris at 193. We're waiting to get to 270. So
It could be 193. I think they jumped the gun a little bit on that one.
yeah. Michigan, men should not seduce or corrupt unmarried women. Well, that's an affair, of course. You don't want to do that. That's a gimme right there.
What's that?
Men should not seduce or corrupt unmarried women. No affairs with. I guess you have to have a married woman to be seduce or corrupt them.
Yeah. Men should have to go and visit her father first before they ask her out.
Yeah.
That would just take care of all of that.
Yeah. Now, I think this goes for all states. Mosquitoes are declared a public nuisance. Yeah, law against mosquitoes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mississippi,
Bring
you can
out
be fined.
DDT. Remember when we did the DDT fog?
Yeah.
And we'd run behind the fog maker, and it was great.
No, I didn't do that. I just remember it going down the street, and we had to go in the house for a while, for a couple hours.
Oh, no, man. I chased that thing. I was stupid afterwards.
Mississippi, you'll be fined $100 for cursing in public. Missouri, don't fight the bears. Do they have bears in Missouri? Huh.
I don't know.
And they are
going to have to study Missouri and bears.
Yeah, you would think that would be in Wyoming or Montana or, something
Maybe
where
that's why Missouri always votes 50-50 Democrat, Republican. It might be the bears.
As much as I hiked California, I never seen bears. They always warned us. Oh yeah, make sure you take a gun or some bear spray or and hang your food up really super high. And we never run across any bears. I don't know. Maybe I was in a bear-free part of the state that we.
You don't really usually see bears. I used to do expeditionary backpacking. We'd put a bell on ourselves so we didn't startle one if we happened to come upon and step on one. Coming down a trail, and that's when they get upset. They don't really like humans. Now, if you want to see a bear, go to Kodiak Island and just hang out there on the beach for a day or so, and you'll be lunch. You can see bears there really, really quick.
There's a lot of not reported with the Senate. I'm surprised with the map. There's a lot of states that are still undecided Like even Arkansas.
I remember when we were a kid that we would go to Yellowstone, and if you wanted to see the bears, you just went to wherever they had, camping places and picnic grounds and stuff like. You'd see lots of bears.
Yeah.
They'd be on the car trying to, pull the windshield wipers off and stuff like that. Get on the hood. But that was in Yellowstone Park.
So still 193 to 216. Like I said, every time I keep going back and reading some of these funny laws, they go up. Montana, don't play Fulf at night. What's Fulf? The game of Fulf or Frisbee golf is played the same as golf, but using Frisbees, Fulf discs, instead of clubs and balls.
Yeah, they do that here in Washington. They have Frisbee kind of like golf courses with chains and stuff. You have to put it in a little tray thing, and it's a big deal here. And soccer.
Yeah. And Nebraska says don't be ugly.
Soccer moms in Washington. Lots of soccer moms.
Nebraska, don't be ugly in public.
That should be a law everywhere.
Yeah. Nevada, no swearing in Sin City. Well, I just kick the machines. I don't really swear at the slot machines. I kick them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no rocking the slot machines.
You shake them. You shake them like you do the pinball machine. Get it to work right.
If you rock them like you do, the Coke machine, it could fall over on you and kill you. They're heavy, right?
Yeah.
It could be a Darwin Award thing, getting after a good slot machine, after you've lost a couple $1,000s to it.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't go that far. After it steals $20 for me, I'm like, I'm done. Time to go find something else to do. I hate losing to those slot machines. I guess, because on Facebook you get to play the slot machines just for play. And I played them a lot. And then when I found out when I go to the casinos, I'm bored with slot machines. So, then I try to play the cards. And if I lose $20, $30, I'm done. I'm ready to go sit at the bar and have nachos.
If you want to last a long time, just play Keno. It takes forever to lose money. It takes forever to win money.
And we're still, folks, going into almost half hour after a lot of the polls close, and we still have Donald Trump at 216 and Kamala Harris at 193. And they still are sitting at 11 o'clock Eastern time for Idaho called for Trump. So we're just...
I'm seeing Washington turn blue up here.
Yeah, I've got it blue on here with... It says... The polls... it says 60% of the vote is in, or 57%, and Harris is 59. I guess you can see that there. Harris at 59% and Trump at 38. The polls close at 11 p.m. DB Wolf said his phone says 179 to 230. Let me read.
Trump.
Let me see. I'm still having it. So, where's your where are you getting your info from? Because I know there's some that are quicker than mine.
I'm on that FoxNews.com, and I've got right now I've got Maine is red and blue stripes now. So they've got some delegates gone to Kamala and some delegates gone to Trump for the electoral college. But Nebraska still, one of their delegates still has a vote. Maybe they're in the hospital. Maybe they're sick or hurt or something. I wonder.
So if he's saying that, DB Wolf says 179 to 230. It's a good possibility. Thank you. I'm just kind of waiting for ours to. I bet that's the next numbers we might see. And if that's the case, then wow, he's close. He's close.
My system's the slowest, and LA's faster. Maybe DB's way ahead of us.
Yeah, or he's probably looking at something different, a different platform.
Could
Um,
be.
and so
Yeah, we're not like skipping platforms. We're just kind of
um,
staying on
and they're
one.
still at 11 o'clock Eastern time for calling Idaho for Donald Trump. That surprised me. I was wondering if that was going to go. Um, my OR, it's blue.
Conservative state. Idaho
It's
is more
blue in here.
conservative than Utah.
So,
It's a little less conservative than Wyoming, but more.
yeah,
More
I think pretty much we're going to see the numbers on it or real close. I'm going to say within the next hour or two. So, but I bet DB's right. I bet he's close to 230. It just some places will get the numbers a lot quicker than what I have. But wow. All right, William, I'm going to take a break again. I hate to do it every hour, but
okay. I do what you got to do.
Yeah, so go over some of the what the numbers are. Go over how close they are to being 100% done. We're real close. Some are 90 and 80.
So for the Senate, we've got Republicans have 50 and they need 51. Democrats have 42 right now. So the Senate may be Republican. Let's look at the House, see what they're saying. So you need 218 to be in, for the Republicans to be in control of the House. They have 165 and the Democrats have 109. So there's still a lot of races going on. Let's see. Let's look at president again. Nothing's really changed there. Yeah, I still wonder about the Nebraska delegate. Maybe 2 delegates haven't voted. Maybe they're having a conflict or something. We heard about that there's some lawsuits that were flying back and forth. They were trying to get some stuff passed in the Senate and House there in Nebraska. So I'm going to be interested to see what that's all about once the night gets over and I can kind of bounce around to other platforms. Or maybe somebody else can find out and put it in the chat when Ellie comes back. Get a little research done for us while I'm trying to talk here. Okay, so let's look at Senate races. Indiana banks in front of McRae right now. Vermont, Sanders ahead of, well, that changed really quick. Ohio, Marino ahead of Brown. Connecticut, Murphy was ahead. Massachusetts, Senator Warren is winning her race with 60%. Missouri, Hawley above Kunis. Mississippi, Wicker above Pickens. Pennsylvania, it looks like McCormick is slightly ahead of Casey. Pennsylvania's got a tight race there. Klobuchar in Minnesota with 44% and White with 52%. That's interesting. Let's see. Arizona, Gallego is ahead of Lake. Lake 45, Gallego 52.8. Wisconsin, Baldwin slightly, ever so slightly below Hovde, I think, in Wisconsin. Okay. Utah, well, there's nothing there. New Mexico, Henrik ahead of Domenici. Indiana, banks ahead of McRae. Washington, oh, it changed too fast. Let me see, I'm trying to catch up here. Virginia, Kane ahead of Kale. Connecticut, Murphy ahead of Corey. Blood Rock, okay. Also Banks ahead of Hogan in Maryland. Warren ahead of Beaton in Massachusetts. Pickens, oh, that just moved fast. Pennsylvania, McCormick slightly ahead of Casey, ever so slightly. White House ahead of Morgan in Rhode Island right now with 80% in. Let's see. Wyoming, Barrasso ahead of Morrow. Nebraska, Fletcher's a little bit ahead of Osborne. Wisconsin, Hove is now ahead of Baldwin a little bit. That changed. That flipped. Okay, Tester. Shealy's ahead of Tester in Montana. Washington, Cantwell way ahead of Garcia. Looks like Schiff's winning in California. It looks like Banks is winning in Indiana, and Sanders he's won in Vermont. Kane in Virginia, Marino in Ohio, and right now I think it's Murphy in Connecticut. Okay, Blunt, Rochester in Delaware. Wicker in Mississippi. Hawley in Missouri. Warren in Massachusetts. Kim in New Jersey. McCormick in Pennsylvania right now. Blackburn in Tennessee. Klobuchar in Minnesota. Fletcher in Nebraska. Barrasso in Wyoming. Gallego in Arizona. Gillibrand in New York. Kramer ahead in North Dakota. Hove slightly ahead in Wisconsin. Henrik ahead in New Mexico. Okay, we've seen these guys already. No. Let's look at the House now. So the Republicans need 218. Well, either side needs 218 or greater to control the House. And right now, the Republicans are at 165, and the Democrats are at 112. Mace in District 1, South Carolina. Higgins, Virginia, District 9. Davis, North Carolina, District 1. Mott in North Carolina, District 13. Landsman in Ohio, District 1. Kaptur, Ohio, District 9. Looks like Therault in Maine, District 2. Sorensen, Illinois, District 17. Schulten, Mississippi. I guess it's Mississippi District 8. Fitzpatrick, Pennsylvania District 1. Renshaw, Pennsylvania District 8. Stelson, Pennsylvania. David, Kansas District 3. De La Cruz, Texas, District 15. Cuellar, Texas. Crane, Arizona, District 2. Shea, Arizona, District 1. Engel, Arizona, District 6. Hurd, Colorado, District 3. Wow. Vasquez and Herral are a 50-50 split with 73% in. That's a tight race. That's going to be decided later.
I just heard on the news, Milwaukee had a problem with their votes, and what they did is they just talked with both the Republican and the Democrats and decided they're going to start over again and recount it because they had a problem with their counts. So
if you have to recount, I'm fine. Recount them.
Yes.
As long as they don't add ballots.
Yeah, if folks, put it down in the comments if you see your city that has issues like ours could have. Just recount.
If you have 50 states all trying to do the same thing at the same time, if you don't have a failure, I would be suspect.
Yeah. 58% of the vote in Washington, 60% in Oregon. They have 25% in California. Arizona is at right about 50%, and New Mexico is 74%.
I'm a retired veteran here in Washington, and it's a Democratic state. But when I go to the store, everybody says thank you for your service, and I always thank them for giving me the opportunity. That's been a good thing about Washington State for me.
And we still have Hawaii and Alaska. It's going to be at least another hour before we see numbers.
Mason, South Carolina. So that's good. Let's see. Vindeman's still ahead in Virginia District 7 with 98.2% of the votes in. Looks like Vindeman's likely to win.
So, it is close. 187 to 230, though, that DB has. It could be a Trump win tonight. And the thing is if Trump wins, the response is going to be...
Democrats just got 3 more votes for the House. 3 more representatives for the House.
Yeah.
So they have 115 now.
Let's see. Got the Senate.
Looks like Craig in Minnesota with 65%.
We got 50. They need 51 to win, and Republicans are at 50. Democrats at 42.
Pennsylvania District 7 ahead of Wild. This is the House that I'm talking about.
And we got, they need 218 to win with the House. Republicans at 166, Democrats at 115. So, okay. All right.
Well, the Republicans thought it was going to be a red wave, and I was just hoping, as a Republican, for at least, just a little bit of red, tide right on the beach. Yeah. Something, please.
Now back to the state laws. New Hampshire's is no picnics in the cemeteries. Who would do that?
Oh man, you know why that is?
They were leaving their garbage on the graves.
No, they have really, really old gravestones and stuff. When you move around in cemetery in New Hampshire, the wood's collapsing because they bury people with boxes. So you'll be walking through the cemetery, and all of a sudden you'll drop 3 inches. It scares the boogers out of you.
New Jersey, no poor people in New Jersey. I think they better change that.
It's a good idea, though, right?
Well, we're talking about cemeteries, and this one here is pretty good. In New Mexico, you can't hunt in cemeteries.
Oh, man.
They were hunting squirrels, I bet.
There goes the neighborhood.
Yeah, that's right.
You can't hunt over at the HOA. Where are you going to hunt?
Okay, in New York, boot back black stands should be closed Sunday afternoons. Shoe shiners, okay, that's what that is. Or boot blacks in Buffalo are not allowed to work within the city. For hire, again, a permit required any of his or her employees to engage in such work after 1 p.m. on Sunday afternoon.
Well, church is over.
Here's another one, William, for the graveyards. North Carolina. Camping in graveyards is illegal. Who'd want a picnic? Who wants to camp? I guess the ghost hunters would.
Out of each other in the graveyards. I would not want to camp there. It was bad enough just camping, in the orchards. That was pretty creepy, but not the cemetery, man. That's just too far.
This one here, I think, is what should have been just the 1800s. North Dakota, you can shoot an Indian on horseback as long as you're in a wagon. Sounds like an Amish thing.
Are they worried about bad shots? What's the deal going on there? They're worried about
this ordinance came about in the early days of the westward expansion. See, as I thought, in the 1800s. The caravans of European settlers who were migrating to North Dakota Territory were frequently getting attacked by bands of Native Americans. The law was passed that allows migrant settlers to shoot back their attackers, provided they did it while riding in their wagons.
That's probably so they're not chasing them all over the hills and stuff. They stay on the road, so
yeah,
it pretty much makes an Indian attack is on them. It's not them on the Indians primarily. I think that's what they were trying to do, maybe.
Poor Ohio, William. This is good. Ohio, owning a bathtub is against the law. Do they all shower there? I've got friends up there. I might have to call them and say, you guys not have a bathtub? You just do showers? The law was passed in the early 1800s when cholera and smallpox epidemics were wiping out families. The state figured out that part of the problem was common practice of sharing bath water. So they should say bath water, not a bathtub.
Huh. So if that's good information. If for whatever reason everything goes to, in a handbasket, guys, don't share the bathwater. Don't share the bathwater.
We got new numbers. DB was close. It is a 232 for Trump and 198. You need 270 to win. He's close. He's 40 away, folks. Just 40 away. But we have all the Democrat states coming up, folks. So it's gonna be close. I mean, if we look at
the very scariest thing since like the 1972 Daytona race with Richard Petty tumbling down the racetrack at 200 miles an hour. This is getting exciting.
Now, Nevada, get this, the polls are closed, but there's no reporting coming out yet.
Well, they had to go to the casino first, Ellie.
The people that count the votes, they went to the casino first. They're going to decide on if they win or lose.
They're at the betting area. They're all watching the TV and nobody's reporting.
Now, PA, Pennsylvania, because Karen's always want to know about that. Now, they're 81% reported, and Trump is at 51.38, and Harris is at 47.66. Virginia, they're 82%. I don't know why they're not putting this stuff up there. It's still white.
Trump absolutely won Oklahoma. There's just no doubt about it now.
Now, Virginia, they've got Harris that's pulled ahead with 51% of the vote and Trump at 47. At Michigan, we got Trump ahead in Michigan right now, William, with 40% of the vote.
Arkansas, it looks like Trump's won handily.
Yeah, we like Trump here. No, what it is Sarah Huckabee, because when we have Sarah Huckabee, we have her dad Huckabee working the state too, and we love them.
I think in case the highway patrol, they might pitch you if you don't vote right.
Well, I want to let everybody know, if you guys watch the cop shows and you see the pit maneuver, well, Arkansas is one of the states, the highway patrol or state police has perfected it, exactly where to hit, exactly how to do this without flipping a car or anybody getting hurt. And
they have the right to do it at any time.
Right.
Protect public safety. So it's wild.
Yeah. And so what has happened is there was a request by the federal government for them to go to other states and teach other states how to do this pit maneuver. So our state police are going all over the country to teach the police officers how to do this correctly so they're not going to hurt anybody. And we're very proud of it. And Sarah Huckabee's big time proud. She's you would not believe the massive amount of state police, city police, and sheriffs that she's hired into our state.
They have a pit maneuver star sheriff there, don't they?
Yeah. I can't think of his name. Harris just jumped to 211, William.
Oh yeah, see.
211 to 232, folks. 211 to 232.
This is going to be a real race.
Let's see, what's Georgia at? They're at, let's see, they have got 91% have been reported. Trump's at 50.99, which is 51%. Harris at 48.
Trump's won Mississippi with those numbers.
Yeah, and it looks like he might take Pennsylvania. Michigan, he might get Michigan. Let me see. They're 40%, but he has been ahead by a few numbers. Now, Wisconsin, this gets me. They're 70%, William, and he's at 50%. She's at 47.
I'm ready to go kiss everybody in Oklahoma right
now. I have a friend that his family owns a lot of property that is part of the Indian reservations.
Yeah.
And they're big time on voting this time. And after what they seen happen to Oklahoma in the last, they say during the Obama administration and Trump, Biden, that there was going to be a lot of changes. So
Arizona's really tight. It's like 0.3% difference between Harris and Trump.
Now, Nebraska, it was kind of looking like it could have went Harris, but they got 60% of the vote in, and Trump's ahead with 54%. Harris at 44. How do you put
Trump ahead of Harris with less than 1% in?
Yeah.
In Utah.
Yeah, California, is that California that's doing that? No, they got 37%, but she's at 61%.
They shouldn't do that. That's like messing with what do you call that? Election interference.
Something.
Yeah, that's not right.
And it's so sad because like California, Ronald Reagan was so popular and such a big thing when he was governor. And every time a Republican got in office, the state was just overwhelmed in how well they were doing. And it wasn't really till Jerry Brown. And when Jerry Brown got in office, things changed.
So Bama's gone to Trump. Trump has Alabama. do the numbers here.
Yeah, 65%. I got them up on the screen, folks. 89%, so 90% of the vote is in, with Trump with 65.46% and Harris at 33.59. So
if you guys want to watch silly things that police do, go to the donut operator. He's an Arkansas, a former Arkansas policeman, and he does stuff like the Fat Electrician does history. He does silly things that criminals do and get themselves in more trouble.
I love watching the cop stuff. Well, I'm big on the Arkansas State Police. And they have their own channel, and they've given me permission to use their videos.
The donut operator had this one guy. They were going to arrest this sexual predator in a hotel, and the guy comes busting out of the hotel door and surprised him, and they accidentally kind of lost him his jewels. That was on the donut operator. Talk about swift justice. But yeah, it's if you're interested in seeing stuff like that, and court TV is very interesting as well.
And Linda asked how we're doing. Well, up on our screen we have Kamala Harris with 211 and Donald Trump with 232. And I'm going to say for most of the United States, 80% of the vote is in. So a lot of them will be closing out within the next, I'm going to say the next hour. They'll be at 100% of the precinct.
I think Harris has won Washington because that's just about the population between the east and western part of Washington. And I don't think that those numbers are going to change much. I think Harris has Washington State. Living here,
And 50% of the vote is in on Arizona, and it's about even Stevens. Look at that, folks. 49.79 for Trump, 49.41 for Harris. Georgia's still going. They got 91%. Like I said, a lot of these are, I'm going to go down and look and see.
Harris owns the District of Columbia, guys.
We got Alabama with 89% of the vote is in. Arkansas, 88. Arizona is 50%. California is catching up quick with 40%. Colorado's at 64%. Connecticut, 40%. District of Columbia is 78%. Delaware is 90%. Florida, 97%. Georgia, 93%. Hawaii, nothing yet. They're still close till midnight. Iowa is 86%. Idaho is only 31%. Illinois is 82% that's in. Indiana is 86%. Kansas is 84%. And these are the votes that have been counted, folks. Kentucky is 96%. They're fixing to close. Louisiana is at 98%, 0.83. Massachusetts is 59%. Maryland is at 77%. Maine at large, 29. Why is Maine like lagging here? They got at large is 30% in, 27% in on District 1, and District 2 at 32%. Michigan.
If you ever go looking for waffles in Maine, you'll understand why it takes a while to get.
They got to go get that syrup out of the trees first. Yeah.
Yep. You just have to have to know a Mainer.
I'm wondering if we plant butter with these trees, if we'll get buttermilk syrup. Or butter syrup.
They know how to do breakfast. I got to tell you.
Michigan 42, Minnesota 52. That wasn't Milwaukee in that Minnesota. They had to recount their votes. If you are
Looks
late,
like Trump owns Ohio.
if you came in a little late or just now getting in here, I heard on the news that they had a problem with the counting, so they decided to recount. I believe that was Milwaukee. Missouri's at 82%. Now look at this. Montana's only 13%, William.
Wisconsin's is a pretty honest state. I think.
Mississippi's at 93. North Carolina's at 92. North Dakota 92. Nebraska 63. Nebraska, here's the 3 thing again. Nebraska District 1 is at 58. 83% for Nebraska District 2. 49% for us. They need to go send the fast ones over in District 2 to District 3. They're only at 50, almost 50%. New Hampshire is 75.
Pennsylvania is still in play.
New Jersey is 87%. New Mexico is 78. You can see these are way up there. Look at here. Oklahoma is at 98%. So they're pretty much closed with a Trump win of over 500,000.
Maybe that's where I'm moving next. I've been here more than 4 years.
It's wonderful out here, folks. You know, when I lived here out in the 80s, and I really loved it. And then we moved back to California because family. My mom was getting old, and so was my dad, and they were very good health. And it was the stupidest thing I could have ever done. And we moved back out there. And then when we moved back out here, it's like, no, we're never going back. I'm definitely not going back to California. All right. So we got Pennsylvania is 81% counted so far.
Less than 1% in Utah. And of course, Trump is winning largely with less than 1% in. Utah just can't quite get it going.
South Carolina is 97% in.
I think that's the Romney effect in Utah.
Utah is only 1% in so far.
They're holding a conference right now, I'm pretty sure.
Vermont is 94% in. Washington, your state, 59.2.
South Carolina is done.
Wisconsin is 75%. We got 91 in West Virginia. They're almost done. Wyoming is 40. So, wow.
Trump has Alabama. Trump has Alabama.
Okay.
So, good on you, Donut.
So it says 212 to Donald Trump 232. DB hasn't come back with any of his because he was getting it, I think, some numbers ahead of ours when he had 205 to 230, and we ended up with 212 to 232.
Trump still win New Hampshire, it looks like. There's a possibility Trump could win New Hampshire.
So, and we're on the hour. We're on the hour where Alaska and Hawaii could be polls closing, and they'll start counting theirs. It was 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock for those polls to close Eastern time. And it's 12 o'clock Eastern time, so we could be starting to see the last final numbers start building up. And with 70 to 80%, 90%, we could be looking at some final numbers in the next hour.
Yeah. The Senate, they haven't updated the Senate race.
Okay.
Oh, Republicans now have the Senate.
Oh, really?
51 out of 51.
Well, they were close. Yeah, they got it. They just won it, folks.
So Republicans now have the Senate. Let's look and see what the House is doing.
They have 51 to 42. They flipped 2 seats, and the Republicans have won.
And by the way, there was a couple of Democrats that came to the Republican Party. Thanks, guys. We were going to welcome you here.
Now they need 218 for House. We're at 171 for Republicans and 125 for the Democrats. That's going pretty slow. But yay for Senate. Yay for the Senate. Once again. Yes, we got the Republicans took the Senate.
Landsman has taken Ohio District for District 1. There's no way he can't win at this point with the numbers that we're seeing. I'm looking for people that the race is over for them.
Yeah, we're so close that some of them, they were 90, in between 90 and 97, 98. So we're getting down to some of the states finally closing out. No more to be counted. So, okay, here we go.
A lot of these state seats are just still in play. They're tight.
Yeah.
The House is really slugging it out.
Yeah, they are. And because wasn't it, I think I'm going to say during Bush, when they had both the House and the Senate, or was it Obama? I know they had the House and the Senate at one time. And they got a lot done, but then when it went to the president, everything was blocked. They wouldn't sign. All right, so here we go. Here's a good election thing. Now, Oklahoma, the mayor of Oklahoma City is not allowed to strike, William, on these funny laws.
Well, he's the mayor, right?
We can't strike. Yeah, no matter what.
Negotiate with the voters? How does that work?
Yeah. Oregon, get this, only one person is allowed to use the restroom. If there's only one toilet in there, I mean, I know women like to take their friends in, do their makeup, but no, can't do that in Oregon. Can't take your buddies in there to fix your hair and do your makeup. Men, I think they just...
No mass sprinkling in there.
I like this one. They're going to need them after this election. Pennsylvania, no psychics allowed. If they're not allowed to do fortune telling or tarot card reading.
Well, Pennsylvania is really in play. I can kind of understand that whole thing now.
Yeah, Rhode Island, you can't steal chickens. You could lay in jail for 5 years. South Carolina, railroad companies must not scare horses.
Well, remember when the automobile first came out, it was kind of disconcerting for the animals that had never come across something that looked like that.
Yeah. South Dakota, you don't sleep in the cheese factory. And I just seen on the news where, I can't remember where, I think it's Italy or one of those European countries, that someone stole all their cheese out of their factory. I say just look for the
government cheese caves. The great cheese caper thing. Have you heard about that?
No.
So during Prohibition, right, the government started doing these ice cream parlors instead of the taverns and whatnot. Okay, so they converted them. And so they gave lots of incentives to farmers to have more cows. And so it started the whole milk industry, right? And the government ended up with all this extra cheese being created because they incentivized farmers to have these dairy herds, and they ended up with entire cave systems full of them. So in the 60s, Reagan says, look, we can't just keep managing these millions of pounds of cheese. Let's give it to the school kids and to the welfare. So that's where welfare cheese came from. Well, the farmer or the dairymen now have of union thing. And so they keep this whole thing going. And so now the government's got another bloated cheese cave problem building up.
Well, here, when they start cutting the farmers for the milk farms here, it's a big thing here. And what they tried to do is just sell the milk um, to different small grocery stores. Well, they came in and they arrested them. The feds did. Like they were doing terroristic acts by still selling their milk. And some of it was raw milk, but for the most part,
yeah.
Right. But then they were still going after the ones that were pasteurized. And it hurt us here because we have a lot of dairy farms here. So
sounds like the great chicken caper that goes on in Arkansas.
The numbers are still the same.
What was
Tennessee.
During the 80s, Arkansas was importing chickens full of, what was they?
Cocaine. It was Tyson chickens, and they hooked up. Oh, I love this story. Karen knows. This is when the Clintons were trying to get the cocaine up to Chicago and New York. So what they did is they worked out a deal with Tyson chickens, and they were stuffing chickens with cocaine. And, they were getting it out, but then they were selling the chickens, but they found out at least 80% of the chickens were testing with cocaine in them, in the meat. So in the 80s, those that bought Tyson chicken, possibly if you felt pretty speedy, you wanted to hurry up the barbecue and flip that chicken quicker, it was probably the cocaine.
Good, baby.
Yeah. Well, see, the guy that the son with Tyson, they ended up putting him in prison. Well, another son had taken over, but since this chicken was known for cocaine, it hurt the Tyson chicken industry, and so they had to come up with new concepts. And it wasn't till two of the brothers got together and proved that their chicken was safe, that they started coming out with more Tyson food products. So I don't know if anybody knew that, but I know about that.
Well, I'm sure Colonel Sanders is really happy.
Colonel Sanders ran faster in the 80s here.
Finger licking good, I'll tell you what.
He licked his fingers quicker.
My pulse when I go get some Kentucky Fried Chicken that's got cocaine in it, not knowing it.
Yeah, and nobody knew about it. They didn't let this out until probably, I'm going to say 10 years ago is when it finally came out.
Figures has one Alabama district, and so, 175 for the Republican Party in the House. So 134 for the Democrats, and we'll just see how this goes. Looks like Vindman's going to win in Virginia.
They only need 218, and Republicans are at 175 so far, and they flipped 3 seats.
Wins in Ohio,
and of course we got the win for the Republicans in the Senate seats.
Well, I'll tell you what: if we got the presidency, the House, and the Senate, and things don't get done, Republican Party is going to come apart at the seams. It will destroy the Republican Party if they don't act.
Well, they got the total votes now. We have Trump with 61,706,000. Kamala Harris with 57,514,000. So she's still behind him considerably, even by the vote, the actual vote.
A lot of these House races are within 2 points. A lot of them. 72%, 80% in. That's got to be cliffhangers for these folks at home or at their balls or whatever.
Yeah. All right. So now Tennessee, back to the weird laws. Tennessee, if you challenge a duel or a fight or accept a challenge for that purpose, you can't hold public office.
There
You
goes
can't
the
threaten. There goes my fights on the Senate floor, like Japan.
Who was it? Burr that decided they were going to duel it out? Henry Burr or something like that.
Texas, don't leave your keys in the ignition. Well, yeah, because you'll get your car stolen.
Really?
That's a gimme right there. Or don't leave your wallet in the car either, or your purse.
Hey, you don't have to leave the car keys in it, and they'll still disappear.
Utah, it's illegal to molest your pet, but it's okay if your animal services do it. Yikes.
What is that again? Utah.
Okay, Utah. It is illegal to molest your pet. Don't do it. But it's okay if an animal services do it.
Oh my gosh. Well, there goes the county sheriff. They run the dog pound.
I hope you guys are enjoying this tonight. I just figured it'd be nice to have some laws that didn't make no sense to go with this election. Let's see, the latest, boy, we're still at 232, 216. We got the Senate race closed, still waiting on Congress. Okay, so Utah, let's move on. Vermont, honey, can I put my teeth on? The mountain state has an obscure law that dictates that women must get permission from their husbands if they want to get false teeth.
Trying to figure out why that would be the case. Because if I was a guy and she didn't have teeth, wouldn't I want her to have teeth?
Well, then she's got his permission. It's okay then.
Well, she should get his permission automatically, I'm thinking.
In Virginia, poor Fred the raccoon. I don't know if anybody's heard about Peanut the squirrel. Boy, it's all over the news. Poor Peanut the squirrel had a neighbor complain that the squirrel and the raccoon, Fred the raccoon, might have rabies. So the feds come in, they took it, and they killed these two. But anyway, Virginia, hunting on Sundays is prohibited unless it's a raccoon. You can hunt all the raccoons you want.
Story about rabies.
Huh?
So I was in a boat fishing with my dad, right? And I had my Cocker Spaniel with us, and I was feeding him a piece of my sandwich, and my dad said, "Carefully, you'll give the dog rabies." He was a Marine, you know. They're kind of rough.
Hawaii's kind of projecting that Harris will get Hawaii with zero, nothing being reported yet. Nevada, they still don't have nothing. They're 0-0. And Arizona has both Trump and Harris real close. Real close.
I have a theory, Ellie.
Huh?
Yeah. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Nevada, and Arizona, they're just waiting to see how the rest of the country goes, because, you know, you don't want to get left behind.
And see, Georgia still hasn't finaled out, and they're at 93%. PA, they're 85%, and they still haven't called it yet, and it's 50% for Trump. Michigan, they're still about 48%. 77% for Wisconsin, and it looks like Trump's in the lead. And then Minnesota, Trump is trailing behind just by a little bit.
Goes red because, you know, I like moving to Minnesota, and I like Iowa too. Oh, people, I was in the service. I've been here 7 years. I'm so itching to move. I can't stand myself. I'm trying to put together the dime to, you know, make the leap again. It's terrible. Have to stay someplace a long time.
Let's see, in the last one they called, they said they called Hawaii for Camilla, but there's nothing been reported yet. I can't see them calling it just yet.
I was thinking about moving to Wyoming, but it's too close to Colorado.
It's too close. You got to move down the south where it's all red, and we lick our fingers. And I love it down here in the south, folks. And there's so many jobs, and the people are so nice. Uh, Churches on every corner. Yeah, and I heard that. I thought, how could that be? And then just Conway alone, we have quite a few streets to where there is a church on every corner. And I'm like, really? What did they flip a coin and see which one they're going to for the day? Or I swear there's a lot of churches, but some of the nicest people, and they'll invite you for dinner and not even know you. They're like, yeah, come to supper. Yeah, come to supper. We don't know who you are and we don't know you, but we're going to invite you to our house anyway. Just very friendly down here.
When I lived in Dover, near Dover, New Hampshire, when I was in the service, you go downtown and there's literally all the churches were just right around each other. You could go to any corner at an intersection and you'd be at a church. It was a beautiful place. When they would have midnight mass and stuff like that, the church bells would all get going. It's a magical place. Landsman, Democrat of Oklahoma, has won a seat in the House.
And now we're looking at the House. 176, 139, folks. And we're looking at 218 to win. So we're inching closer. Just like with the presidential race, it's inching slowly closer to finding out who the next president will be. Right now, it's 232 to 216.
We could see this done tonight.
Yeah.
Which would be nice.
See, I was saying right about midnight or so. I was thinking midnight. We could be real close to finding out. Folks, I think me and William, we'll go as far as 1 o'clock tonight. But at 1 o'clock, I'm going to go ahead and cut, and because that's a very long time for me. And I'm feeling.
I want to be able to do a Friday show. So.
Yeah, we won't have a show tomorrow because I assume that everything's going to be election on who won and the freak out or the what are we going to do now? All of the election fallout. So me and William.
You know what I think is going to happen after this election?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, everybody's going to take a nap.
Yeah, I am.
I'm tired.
I am too. I don't want to see another political ad. Oh, I'm so sick of them. But me and William is going to do the World War III report on Friday, and then we'll have trivia. Because I just don't see anything in military news that's going to really be put out there tomorrow. You would not believe how hard it's been to get news this week. When,
oh my gosh, guys.
When everything, the first 3 pages.
All the news sources for us on the internet for
political.
Military information. It is getting terrible trying to get anything out of anybody anywhere. Yeah,
it has been. Everybody wants to, like I said, the first 3 pages of news is political. And just every little thing they could pull out or accuse or find, or the only one I find out that's very realistic, folks, is Tom Fenton. He is really good. And when he says stuff and he's got documents, the documents are on his page. And that's where I get a lot of my documents from. So, but yeah, me and William will go close to 1 o'clock. We'll see what happens at 12:30. And that's about an hour away. And, because I'm not going to go till 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 or 5 o'clock, they'll have final numbers. And by the time we wake up in the morning, we'll know. But,
Ellie, these wars that are going on right now, they're actually everybody's just watching this election.
Oh yeah, Putin says he's watching it very close. There could be so much that happens for not just our country, but other countries like Taiwan. Taiwan is fearful whether who wins or not because they don't know. They don't know. Trump came in uh, and left before really everything with Taiwan was happening, and he was basically over there trying to get um, Kim Jong Un to settle down. And so when he left, this thing with Taiwan start happening. And now Taiwan, they're even admitting they don't know who really they're going to support because they don't know what's going to happen with either president. They said they just don't know with the Democrat Party, even though the Democrats are saying they'll be backed up, but they're not sure because there's been no foreign policy with the United States and Taiwan. So
Taiwan produces 90% of our high-end semiconductors.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just CPUs, it's transistors, it's diodes, anything with silicon, germanium, type thing in it. The high-end stuff. There's other stuff made, around the world that's a lesser quality. And here's something I don't think people know. If you're a hot rodder here in the United States, there's a lot of hot rodders and drag racers. You can build an entire first gen Camaro out of parts. You can order the parts. But if Taiwan is invaded, General Motors had given or sold all those presses to make the first generation Camaro to Taiwan, and Taiwan makes the sheet metal parts that you can buy. So the ability, they call these garage Camaros. People are actually building first generation Camaros, 71, 70, 70, 69, and 68 Camaros. So for hot rodders, buy sheet metal.
Nevada doesn't have nothing reported yet. Ain't that weird?
Who?
Nevada has 0-0. The polls have been closed, and nothing's been reported yet.
Have you heard about Area 51?
When the aliens took the votes.
Well, they might have taken the Nevadans. Maybe nobody's home.
Yeah. That's what happened last time with Arizona, though, William, is that the same thing happened. And then they gained a whole bunch of votes. I mean, it's just boom, a massive amount. So I've been kind of running my cursor over Nevada to see when they're going to start reporting, because now even Hawaii is beating them on reporting. So what's up with Nevada, folks?
At least Roswell didn't take away New Mexico.
So see, I'm showing everybody. I don't know how well you can see it, but it says Nevada 0-0 and reported 0, but the polls are closed.
Maybe everybody's out for a steak dinner.
Yeah. I'll reload my page.
If you go to Vegas, guys, food is not really expensive there. Make sure you eat. Luna has won District 13 in Florida. That race is over.
Let's see the House.
Mace has won District 1 in South Carolina. That race is over.
The House, let's see, 178, 144. They're inching closer for the 218 needed for the win.
More wins set North Carolina.
I was hoping they would update these the presidential numbers.
Lansman has won in Ohio.
We need
they're
more,
like
folks. Illinois has become so, it's like a socialist type of situation there. Um, they have been so hard on the residents there. I mean, we're looking at Chicago, we're looking at other places, but they brought in migrants to not just Chicago for a sanctuary city, but to other cities all through Illinois and just loaded them up. Wherever there's a plant, they've moved migrants in, and then we're talking 10,000 to 30,000 migrants into one town, and they're going crazy up there. Up there to me, but they just don't know. They've complained to the attorney general, they've talked to the governor, they've talked to their delegates, and their delegates are saying it's needed for the state. What the Democrats project as a one good system for the migrants that come into our country.
Well, maybe for the citizens of Illinois, it's going to be better to try to find lodging at the dog pound. Sarcasm, Ellie. Sarcasm.
I know. So, okay. But yeah, we're getting close. Everything's about closed, and we're just now waiting on these final numbers. Wow. William, onto the funny laws. Washington Sasquatch lives matter. Bigfoot lives matter up there in Washington.
So here in Washington, we don't have jackalopes like they do in Wyoming. Okay, we've got two predators up here. The Palouse mini bunny, it's a little bunny, and Sasquatches. So if you're here and you're in the eastern part of the state, southeastern part of the state, don't be feeding the bunnies. And if you're in the Cascades, take a friend.
Well, we did a thing on the jackalopes, folks. And the jackalopes, we are finding out that in the late 1800s, they did have a jackrabbit they found that had horns. And again in 1939. But the thing is, folks, they were little. They weren't these great big deer antlers like they keep putting on these bunny rabbits for a joke. These were little tiny nubs, they said. And they were thinking it was a disease. And eventually they got rid of the disease that was causing this. And then what we see today is jackrabbits. But I don't know, William. I think about that and it's like, that sounds very feasible that they were little, and they kind of split up a little bit. But for people to take that and then put deer antlers on them, and that's a jackalope. But there could be a real jackalope, but the disease.
It looks kind of funny if you've ever seen one. They do look kind of entertaining.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Yeah,
it is fun.
But for real, though, there was a disease that did that.
It's fun with the little kids when you tell them, "Oh no, these rabbits have horns. It's for sure." And then you show them one, and they're like, "No."
Yeah. Well, see, now you can tell your grandkids, yes, there is. Just get smaller horns. Saw off some of them or something, and make it, smaller nubs. But then you could tell your grandchildren, yes, they are real. It was a disease in the 1800s that did this.
Idaho had the Oregon Trail go through, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had to go through Idaho. Well, a lot of people were dying of cholera and whatnot. And some of these people that go through would just go through as one or two families. And the whole family might die, but there would be a child. And they had a child that was taken care of through the winter, an infant, by a badger in a badger hole in Idaho.
And boy, they're nothing's lighting up. Still nothing for Nevada. Boy, that's weird.
They might have badgers in Nevada. That might be the problem.
And Arizona, there are 50%. Hawaii is.
Hawaii are in Texas.
Hawaii's nothing, and so is Alaska. Now Georgia, they are 97%. So they're fixing to call this. And what are the numbers? Trump is 50, and Harris is 48, as you can see on the.
There's a lot of voting then. In
Pennsylvania, there is still
86.
Voting. Pennsylvania's still at 86%, so they're still got a little bit left. Michigan's at 53%, 81 for Wisconsin, with Trump leading with 51%, 47 Harris. Then we have Minnesota. There is 60%. So we're getting up here. The last few are dragging very slowly. I think they could probably call it for Georgia. Pennsylvania's kind of shaky. Michigan, I think they can call Michigan, even though it's 53% of the vote. I think Trump has gotten further enough ahead that Minnesota could be Trump. So
it looks like Van Orden's going to win Wisconsin District 3, but it's close.
I hope they don't try to wait for Nevada till tomorrow morning. That would. Well, last election, I'm going to say at this time, I had to quit my show because they closed everything.
They turned everything off.
Yeah.
Mainstream media just went home.
And it was like, what? How, I've never heard of that, for our country to shut down the voting at like 10, 11 o'clock. That would be, 11 o'clock, that'd been 12 on the East Coast, and that would have been 9, 10 o'clock your time, William. That's just unheard of.
Well, by the time that thing shook itself out, we had, I think it was the CIA, and we had some SEALs battling it out over a server farm in Germany because the data was transferred from our machines to a server in Germany to be tabulated and then come back to the government. And so it was chaos for a while.
Yeah. I was just so, I didn't even know what to say. And it was like, so I was searching around to find out what was going on. And then I found out where they had that one where they kicked out the watchers. And they went in a room and locked themselves in and was doing these votes. And
we had a van full of.
Oh, yeah. And then they had all them boxes and crates full that they were starting counting.
From New York, went through New Jersey and ended up there.
Yeah. What got me is when they started showing pictures of all the crates and the boxes of ballots. And then they opened them and they started counting them. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute now. And if it wasn't for someone secretly doing that and catching that, no, America wouldn't have known they did it. And then all of a sudden, Biden zooms and wins. So to me, I'm with, what was it, Milwaukee, I think tonight, that said they counted the votes and something wasn't right. There was.
If they don't keep the election going this time, especially with AI, can you imagine how people will feel about it?
Yeah. So when we know that some of them even had bad voting machines. We've had fights. There was a shooter. I'm thinking it was in Kansas. I don't know. I seen it briefly when I was taking a break. I go out and I was watching my TV so I wouldn't lose any info. And there was a guy that was caught with guns at a poll. They did get him and arrested him. And so, yeah, there was a little bit of problems, but for the most part, what they were saying is it's pretty calm at the polls. So that's good.
Well, if you see people getting angry out in the streets or something like that, just reach out to one of them and take them to dinner.
Yeah.
Let them know.
Well, I don't know. I've seen some weird ones, William. I don't know if I even want to approach them.
Yeah, but we can still convince them with a dinner that, the sky isn't falling and that, we care about everybody too. We're all Americans. My God.
I really don't understand that because we have always been, I mean, we go to school with them. We've worked with them. We go to church with them, and there's never any problems. But then you get an election going, William, and I have seen people that have turned on family members. It's just like, wow, no, if you're not gonna be my way of politically,
Yeah,
I don't, you're not even gonna come to dinner. It's like, oh wow.
Before Nora O'Donnell became the big the star she is now in newscasts, right? I almost married her sister. I could have been part of that family. I mean, it was close. My wife left me, and Debbie was interested, right? And I thought it wasn't fair to her to have to be an instant mother of 4, but it was close. I could have ended up being in that family. Trivia. Yeah, so her and Nora, after I left the state to go in the service, when I came back, her and Nora were both working at the same gas station. And I think that's where Nora was discovered working. Well, it wasn't just a gas station; it was a whole repair facility by then, and a place you could get something to eat as well. So they were doing management, plus tires and whatnot. But yeah, I think that's where Nora was discovered. That's not her real name, by the way, but it's interesting to note.
And I'm still looking at numbers. They're going into a lot of them going into the 80s. Nevada still 0. I wonder what happened.
Well, things back
with
up.
Nevada.
That's what you got to be afraid of a little bit.
Yeah. And they still, the numbers are still the same. They've been the same for about 45 minutes now. Nothing has changed.
The numbers go backwards.
Yeah. So.
I mean, there can be reasons, but they better have a good reason. A real good reason this election cycle, because nobody trusts anybody right now.
I'm going to see if I can find out what's up.
I think that having so much scrutiny through so many different news outlets that aren't the mainstream media, that nobody wants to get caught doing shenanigans right now. I think everybody's watching everything going on everywhere. And if things don't add up, they don't add up this cycle.
They're not saying anything's going on.
Oh, the House has gone to 180 now to the Republicans, and 147 now to the Democrats. So that race is tightening up in the House right now.
Yep, they only need 20, 30.
Republicans need 38, and the Democrats need about.
Yeah, there's the 7. Maps there that we're waiting on. So really, the western part of the country we're still waiting on.
Okay. Wow. Democrats 216 for Electoral College. For the Democrats, 232 for Republicans. That's tightening way up.
Yeah. And what gets me is, is still the presidential race is kind of a standstill right now. It makes me nervous. I'm exhausted
from it already.
Well, we got 59 mil to 63. That's a little more than what um, they had last time. So
I'm gonna need. I think I'm gonna need a cold beverage after this.
a cold. I got. Well, I got. I
Cold snack.
I could share my cream soda with you. For some reason, with my stomach issues right now, the only thing I can drink. I tried Sprite. Um, the only thing I'm able to drink is warm cream soda. I don't know why. So I get it out of the fridge and I sit it for a long time, and then uh, I drink it once it's warm. Now water's the same way.
Had a red cream soda. That was my favorite.
Uh, my Now water is the same way. I can't have it ice cold. It's got to be warm. For some reason, when that cold hits my stomach, it just cramps. Um, and folks, I got a serious stomach issue, and I still got to wait till the end of November to figure out what's up. So, boy, these numbers have. What did I say? These numbers haven't changed.
Earlier this year, you almost lost your foot, and now you're having problems, real serious problems with digestion.
Yeah,
it's serious, guys.
Yeah, well, I got an aorta. I've got a aorta aneurysm that it's touchy how they want to go about fixing this. My legs were blocked 100%, and they were saying I was probably going to lose my feet in surgery. Well, I still got my feet, and then I get done and I'm healing up, and all of a sudden now I have a stomach issue that has kept me from eating. If I eat, I'm real bad. So I'm down to I'm down to about a half of a cup of soup and maybe a quarter of a sandwich a day to eat. I can't eat any more than that. So, and I've lost a lot of weight. I can fit Mrs. Claus dress now.
Right now.
Yeah. And I think it was Karen that mentioned Ensure, and I think that's what they might be doing because my vitamin is all my vitamins are real low. So
the strawberry tastes best, Ellie. I lived on that for a year. Strawberry.
Yeah, well, they got to figure out how to get me to eat. That's their big thing, and they've tried me on different meds that make me hungry. Well, it takes away the pain in my stomach, but if I eat, then the whole situation starts all over again. So I'm pretty sick, folks, and that's why so many shows are lost. Because I got to be able to do a show, and
she should be in the hospital.
Yes,
on an IV being fed right now.
Yeah, my doctor even says so, and I don't know why he don't just put me in, but yeah, all right. So I got issues. I'm being lighthearted. I'm trying to take this really lighthearted and not fuss about it and go on the faith that everything's going to be okay.
I think it will be okay, but it's hard to wrap your head around it right now. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it.
Oh, Karen too, because Karen wants to come down and beat up all the doctors. Now my doctors thought that one of the last times I went in the emergency room that he thought they were going to admit me, but they are short-handed gastro doctors, and that's what the deal is. And I'm like, if they would have just put me in, they would have had to have a gastro doctor take care of me. And folks, this is, and everything is a month to 6 months to get tests. And this is a part of the social medical care that's moved into our country. And it shouldn't have happened. And it's only because the pandemic where major amount of doctors walked off. And now we're like Canada. And
Karen wants to beat up the doctors, and I just want to choke the shit out of them.
So we're looking at socialized medicine, I think, with what I'm going through, because it just takes so many months. It took a year for them to fix my legs. I went from August until, June, August to June. Yeah, so it wasn't quite a year to fix my legs. And then they haven't even fixed the aneurysm yet. So that's going on over here.
Those health maintenance organizations and then doctors start not have to take the Hippocratic Oath.
Yeah, well, the whole thing is they want less doctors, way less doctors, and I don't know what they're going to do with the hospitals because if and I almost look at Canada to see how they handled all this, and the shortage of doctors, they had to start closing hospitals down, and
well,
so
they quit using doctors to fix people and help them die.
yeah, well, and the other thing is, it's not just doctors, it's nurses. And what are they going to do with these? They're still building hospitals here. Our heart hospitals here, we've got 2 brand new ones. It's like, yeah, okay, you're short doctors, but you're still building hospitals. Wow, this is still the same, William. Something's up.
I know.
It's these last few states. Nevada, nothing. And I looked up every place I could to see if something happened in Nevada that it's delayed, and there's nothing. Arizona, they're still at 50. It's like everybody just kind of stalled. Hawaii is 0. Minnesota.
Well, Hawaii, you can understand. I mean, that's a few
82.
time zones out besides the West Coast, but Nevada, they only got 6 people that lived there in the first place.
It's like nothing's going any. There's like the votes stopped. They're all about the same.
Maybe it's like their telephone system quit.
Yeah, PA stopped. Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona. They're all stopped.
There's no excuse for not giving out partial numbers. Pennsylvania is.
Well, they're at 49%. What was the other one? Oh, Nevada.
Yeah, Nevada's starting to look fishy.
Yeah, big time.
So I'm just going to say it on the podcast. Nevada's starting to look fishy, guys.
Yeah. They have, and it's still on when you, where I scroll down to, you can see Nevada. And even New Mexico right there, they're 87% in, and there's nothing for Nevada. It's just stopped.
Yeah, send the U.S. attorneys.
And
wake Nevada up. They've taken a nap. Send the U.S.
I mean, because California's already in. Nevada's, it's pretty much desert. It's like Arizona. There's pretty much a lot of desert there.
Well, it's a small
now, California's got 54 districts. Nevada's got 6, and they can't get it in yet.
I know, right? And they've got all the tabulation and computer horsepower of the biggest gaming metropolis on Earth. Please. They bet on everything. Yeah. Everybody knows everything in Nevada. Just send the information out, guys.
Yeah. They can't be stalled on counting. What do? Take a break? No taking breaks and counting.
Well, put stuff in your pockets and go to sleep. Send it in. Send it to the federal government, please. The rest of us are.
Well, California, they're still kind of early at 10 o'clock. Oh my God.
It'd be nice to be able to breathe,
I'm sitting at midnight.
Like the whole Apollo landing thing going on, waiting for Nevada to wake up.
It's almost like all these states have just stopped. Counting.
And they're all swing states.
Yeah, because it's Nevada, it's Arizona, it's Pennsylvania, it's Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. They've all stopped, folks.
It should be right on those governors.
Isn't that what they did the last one? And then they closed the polls. Everything stopped, and everybody was wondering why the numbers didn't go up. And then all of a sudden, they were saying they were closing.
Well, we're not playing that game this time.
Well, okay. Now we got 248 to 216.
Play that game.
248 to 216 is what we're sitting at.
I'm sure states' board those states will be perfectly willing to go find those numbers for them.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I get the yawns. DB Wolf said they're cheating. And that's what people think when you do this. When you stop it and your numbers, and when all of a sudden it doesn't look right, that's what people assume.
That's right.
And
they're not wrong.
Yeah.
They're not wrong.
And
if you lose the faith in the vote, the country comes apart.
And the House is at 182. So
I don't want to hand this country to China. I don't want to hand this country to Europe, right? I don't want to hand this country to what was the former Soviet Union or Russia. Don't play this game because we don't like it, and we're not tolerating this time around, guys.
Yeah, and there's not many. There's not very many left to get to 270. So
because we're going to descend on you with investigators in ways you can't imagine. You're not going to be able to put.
And I haven't, I've scrolled down. Everybody's noticed.
We're going to know everything about everybody. We're not going to let this happen again.
Everybody's been watching me scroll, and what I'm looking for is numbers moving, and I'm just not seeing no numbers moving. It's just quiet, very still. Nothing's going up, nothing's rolling either, for either party.
It's 10 o'clock.
Oh, wait a minute. Montana just went up, but not much. But they're only 18% in.
So we had a problem last time at 10 o'clock, and it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, it's 12 my time, but
that's 10 o'clock my time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost a repeat. Are they going to do this again?
Have an election that's a RICO case.
Yeah.
Because that's what this is starting to look like, is collusion.
But if Trump said he's only going to do 4 years, now what is wrong with we accepted Biden winning, and we were all okay with it, and we fared through it. Now it's a new election. So what's wrong with the Democrat politicians doing the same? Just fare through it, get someone, make Camilla stronger, or find someone else that is good, that could at the next election pull through what they want. But
we're not getting rid of the Democratic Party.
Don't dump hundreds of ballots into a ballot box, or look at the ones that got lost and the post office found. Just all tore up. We don't have to play that. We don't have to play that game. And the whole thing was Washington and Oregon had their ballot boxes torched. And then I hear out of California, just for fun, college students and high school students want to go do it too. They're not going to vote. They don't care. They're just going to go set them on fire.
Washington and Oregon still are reporting in.
Yeah. We got Trump at 248.
This thing with Nevada and with Pennsylvania doesn't look right.
Yeah. Because, see, that's what happened with Arizona. But for all those states to stop, the numbers aren't moving.
It doesn't look right.
No.
If it smells fishy, it's probably fishy.
That's it. Nebraska still striped. Yeah, see, Pennsylvania's at 89. Haven't got to 90 yet.
If Camilla wins with this stuff going on, she will not be able to govern. The looks of this will make it so.
Yeah, because they still don't have no numbers,
Party
and I've reloaded.
Be able to govern the next 4 years.
What do you think, DB, and people watching tonight? Put it in the comments. What do you think for the state, Nevada, just to stop? and not even start counting yet, or even consider Camilla a win. Because that's what some of the other ones did. They said, "Oh, she's going to win," and then all of a sudden the numbers start pouring in. Well, Nevada hasn't even turned blue to say
Allie,
that.
Can the FBI send in the U.S. Marshals to extract that from them right now?
I don't know. They can, I believe.
For the federal part of the election, not the state part of the election.
You would think, but I don't know if I trust them. That's my deal. Is I listened to Dan Bongino the other day, and when he was talking about the FBI, the CIA, the DEI, Homeland Security, all of these, he said they, or even Secret Service, um, there's something crooked in there. There's something wrong with these organizations. And I learned.
I'll tell you what. Here's what the problem is. Public-private partnerships that were started by Soros and
Klaus Schwab.
We have to end the whole public-private partnership fiasco in this country.
Soros Jr. goes to the White House for meetings at 4 to 6 times a month, and they've been doing that for the last 4 years. Well, why?
So the guy isn't that bright, first of all. And number two is, I'm not convinced he isn't a clone. Just saying. Is there a Mrs. Soros? Or was this guy, a Petri tube dude? Maybe. Maybe it's the same guy. If you clone yourself and you're married to 2 different women, is it bigamy?
I don't know.
Just thought about that. It just popped in my head. Stupid shit pops.
I'm waiting for them to do the big thing with the clone wedding that goes on the like NBC News, and they're gonna make a big thing out of it, but not one of these robot things, human robots, to marry a human, but 2 of them get married. That's what I want to see. I could care less about a human marrying one of these robots. I want to see when they make it big that we're going to start holding weddings for 2 of them. 2 robots get married.
Can 2 twins marry 2 clones? Just keep it all in the family?
Yeah.
So then would the cousins be cousins or half cousins?
Hey, Nevada just started. And Trump's ahead. It's 3% in. They must have heard us. They must have heard us accusing them. All right, 3.5% is in. I hope everybody could see this. 3%. No, come on now. 3%, 5%. I'm sorry, 5% now is in, and Trump is 71%. Kamala Harris at 26%. So yeah, they must have started hearing people saying what's going on. Arizona's going again.
The rest. We're going to have to start bad mouthing the rest because it's a fair game now. All right, what are we looking at here?
Pennsylvania it hasn't quite got to 90% yet. So
Pennsylvania is sitting on its hands. Michigan and Wisconsin have no excuse. Minnesota, what's going on, guys? This looks bad. Bad.
Yeah. Especially when everybody around them, even Illinois is boom, right in there.
With this time of inflection right now, you guys don't think you're not going to be able to survive this whole election thing when the lawyers show up, and they're going to show up this time. It's going to be ugly.
The numbers haven't done anything. They're still at 248 to 216.
Can you imagine Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, how many private investigators are going to be needed for all those attorneys?
Yeah.
I would not want to be on the other end of that.
Yeah.
because they're going to go to the law first. They're not going to. Nobody's doing violence or some other stupid, crazy, nutty stuff. They're going to use attorneys, and there's no argument anymore about, well, were there irregularities in 2020? Turns out the conspiracy theorists, it wasn't a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
It was just fact. They're not going to get a pass on this twice.
Yeah. Okay, and the House, there's a 182 to Democrats 151. So we're still waiting on those that didn't know. The Senate went ahead and closed out. They got the 51 they needed, and the Democrats only had 43. They flipped quite a few seats.
So I'm looking at this 216 to 248. And they've got these line bar graphs headed towards 270, but they got all these little split lines in them, in these bar graphs. What is that all about?
I'm not real.
They're saying Kamala Harris on the popular vote is within 4.5 million votes of Trump. Now, I saw the difference in the gatherings, guys. She's a popular.
They jumped to 19% in Nevada, William. They got 57% for Trump and 41% for Harris. So yeah, they're clipping along.
So we don't need, northern states that think that they have the absolute right to hold up the election for the rest of the nation.
And Alaska just opened up, or just closed, I should say. They just closed.
Keep in mind, this election, what's hinging on this election could be World War III or peace in the Middle East and Ukraine. Now, Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine, there's been 1 million lives lost. This is not a joke, Minnesota.
Yeah, it says Alaska the polls are closed finally. I'm going to take a...
Uh-oh.
Hawaii, the polls are closed too. So there's nothing for numbers yet. So
He's on my knee trying to calm me down.
Mellow. We're doing good. It's 248 for Trump and it's 216 for Kamala Harris. And the numbers are starting to roll again. I was getting worried. Me and William, we were thinking hard on this because this happened last time. Everything stopped, but it was mainly, I think, Arizona and Pennsylvania. If I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. And all of a sudden, they closed the polls after a lull with no votes happening for about an hour. And this time, so now I was looking at the same scenario.
That looks a lot like people are making phone calls. I got to tell you, it's not a good look.
No. And yeah, we even have people coming in the chat room saying, they're cheating.
Yeah, of course they're cheating.
And DB Wolf has got 210 to 247, and I got 216 to 248. So we're so close. We're so close.
Let's say you had 50 people at a poker table, and all of a sudden you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holdout. It's not cheating, right? Yeah, it is. They're working together.
Wow. Boy, Nevada's going quick now, William. Get this. 74% reported now. Trump is 50% and Harris 47%. Zoom.
Well, look, there's only 6 people that live there. It says it right there. I'm just joking.
So now Arizona is lagging behind. So is Pennsylvania and those top eastern states.
You can't count.
But it's so weird. Isn't it weird, DB, that here we've been talking about this for an hour, that nothing's happening, nothing's happened. And then within the last, I'm going to say 10 minutes, 75% have been reported now. I guess they wait until they do a bunch and then they turn their numbers in.
What's wrong with the states that are close to Canada's biggest population centers? Why can't they work their way through an election?
They're just creeping along. I got Minnesota at 64%.
They're just being creepy.
Wisconsin is 85. It kind of picked up. Michigan's at 60, and PA's at 90%, but it's been there for a while. It's been at 90 for a while. So,
okay. Well, I won't be so acidic then.
Well, I am, because I don't like it when the numbers stop and then there's this low, because we went almost an hour with Nevada doing nothing and all these other states doing nothing. Well, Nevada jumps in, but these other states aren't. They're creeping. They're creeping along.
I'm not waiting till.
Are they out for dinner or what? I think
the election is.
Maybe they went out for dinner or something.
Maybe they were just completely out to lunch.
They got pot laws there. I wonder if they passed marijuana laws, and that's what they're doing. They had that on the ballot here, and I really had to think about it, William.
Are they doing the full Cheech and Chong with the border thing and the bus made out of marijuana?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like Trump, they're just going to pull in and they're going to line up and get on the bus and go. The marijuana thing on the ballot, and I really had to think about this because I've got kids, and I don't know if I want my kids to, if it was like drinking, 21 or more, they shouldn't have it, is what I'm thinking. But I don't know. This medical marijuana, yeah, it's for adults. But I just get this feeling if you start passing it in these states, everybody's just it's going to be our kids that's going to be messed up over this.
I have another thought, Ellie, besides that. States become states because Congress allow them to become states. Can Congress disallow states and make them territories again so that they have territorial governors, assigned by Congress because they can't manage their own states? Just saying.
I don't know. It keeps looking like that red line is inching farther towards the 270, and I look and it's still 248. But it looks like it's moving. I think I'm tired. I got it pretty early this morning, so.
It looks like the numbers are staying the same, but just getting.
We had some bad storms last night, so.
I see Camilla's gone up 1 million. I see Trump's gone up 1 million. Trump projected to win battleground Georgia. Yeah, we know that. You want to tell us something that's new?
Alaska's 15% in, been reported.
If Fox is just not giving us the information.
Hawaii is stalled, like Nevada was. They're still. Remember, they were on over just about an hour ago, and they said that Camilla will win. The polls have been closed for an hour, and they're doing like Nevada. Nothing's happening.
I wonder what Tulsi Gabbard thinks what's happening. I'd like to know what she thinks.
I was really surprised because she's always been so strong. She's a very strong woman politician. I respect her for that. And, when she went with Trump, she really didn't have to, but she was an independent. Now, yesterday, the Independent Party said they were going to go ahead and support Trump. And So it's going to be interesting to see what she says after the election of this independent party, how this party is going to move forward to be different from the Republicans and the Democrats.
I wonder how Alaska's going to do with the Republicans, because they end up with Republican senators, but they vote like Democrats. Alaska's really hard to judge, you know.
Yeah, and it shows Trump at 55% in Alaska and Harris at 39%. Arizona is still at 50. They haven't moved, and they're still 49 and 49. Nevada, we're looking at 75%, and Trump is at 50% and Kamala Harris at 47. I'm thinking Trump, Nevada. 90 still, everything stopped again, William.
I know, look at the Senate map. It is completely stalled.
House, you mean?
And it's Montana, Oregon, Idaho.
183 to 153, yeah. So we're waiting again. Now it's stalled.
At least those were close races. Now they're saying New Hampshire's in play. I guess that could be on some Senate races.
Yeah, they're 88%, 51% for Harris on that one in New Hampshire.
Yeah, I want to see what the ACLJ says. I want to see what Tom Fitton says in the morning. I want to see what Bongino says. Because this doesn't look quite right, Ellie.
No, not when they keep stopping. You know, we had Nevada waiting. Now Hawaii's doing it. Now it's all stopped again. And
that just looks like something's rigged.
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at House seats right now, and all of a sudden, boom, Washington doesn't know what it's doing again. Like only one district. Look, Washington is Democrat. Washington State. It's lucky to have a Republican every once in a while district.
California really surprised me because I figured it'd be more around 40 in the 40% for Trump, because half the state wants to separate with the Democrats. They got 60%, but then again, we've seen in the past where
that pocket at the bottom of the House map, right? Those counties, and if you look at just above that, there's a line that goes all the way up to San Francisco and then comes back down the other side. So you've got the Sierra Nevadas on the one side, and you've got, I can't remember the mountains that are next to the coast. And in between, so that's just one big red block in there. And then you've got along the coast, along the ocean, you know, where people have more money because they can afford to live there. It's just blue.
Yeah. I mean, this stopped again. Boy, this is. No,
the machines work.
And it hasn't. I mean, it hasn't moved for a while. So
you don't have to have
because remember, me and you said they could probably have a final number by 12:30 tonight, and they're stuck. Now they're stuck.
No, they're not stuck. They're playing with the numbers. They're massaging the results. That's called election interference and worse things.
Yeah, and you know, if Trump complains, they're just going to get him for claiming this whole thing all over again. If he complains that it was, you know, that they did something to the numbers.
Well, this will go right straight to the Supreme Court this time. They're not going to play around. Nobody's going to play around with this.
Because, I mean, looking at these same numbers for
some people have won, and that the rest just aren't getting reported on.
Yeah.
Great. People won. We want to know all the information, guys.
Yeah.
Not part, not some. We're not playing emotional. Well, we're happy because we got, a third of what should have came in. No, we want the whole enchilada.
Yeah, and the question is, are they not doing this because they're afraid of the numbers? I mean, what if it throws it at like 158 or 160?
So here's
Are they
the thing.
afraid to put those numbers out?
You can't do this and still be a superpower.
Yeah.
Democrats, Republicans, you can't stall the election and still have a country that's a superpower. If the American people don't trust the election,
yeah,
the world is sure as hell not going to trust the election.
Yeah.
And these wars, whether they continue or cease, are going to be based on the trust of this election. This is serious. Get serious minds going. Quit playing food fight crap. Get your jobs done.
So,
luckily, there's thousands of people just like us
183
that are
is
saying
still.
This election is a serious election. We're not.
Yeah.
This isn't like a frivolous deal anymore.
No, and it's just making the American people so angry. One side just angry that they hate Trump, and the other side just angry wanting a fair election is all it is.
Well, the government in the United States gets its power from the governed. It's not the other way around. American people aren't going to tolerate this. Even half the Democrats won't tolerate it. So I guess Ted Cruz was reelected in Texas.
Cool. I didn't go look at that. I should have.
That's good. I'm happy about that. But it's not enough. I want the rest of the election.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, now we had some numbers go up on the Trump side. He was at 65. Now he's at 66. And some of the smaller numbers went.
Resolve themselves. There's no reason those House numbers can't resolve themselves.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like it's that's just weird how slow it's going for the House. Because it's not the presidential election. It's just House delegates. Senate makes a lot of the final decisions, but the House is
just dragging their feet. It's like, you know what this is like watching these elections? It's like watching a kid dragging his feet because he doesn't want to go to grandma's house or whatever.
Yeah.
And they won't pick up their feet. They won't go down the stairs. And you almost have to drag them down the sidewalk, That's what it's like getting these folks to do their job.
Actually, Susan, we've got, there's 90% reporting. Trump is with Pennsylvania 51%, and Harris is at 47%. Now, New York, there's no hope for New York. It's definitely blue, but Pennsylvania. So it looks like even if some of the cities are still blue, it still pretty much went red. So he's got the votes for Pennsylvania. And Susan just coming in. Susan, we're looking at these things being stalled out right now. No numbers.
I've been missing Susan.
So, and they're still at 248, 216, even though we've seen some numbers go up on the Trump side. Nothing is went up on the total delegates. So
why can't these folks add and subtract? Well, we're doing ads today.
Yeah.
That's on
I
one
only
side
have
of the
to take away when it's the seats.
We don't. Oh, Pennsylvania.
Hey, there we go. There we go. 267. It just went. Did everybody see that?
Pennsylvania finally woke the hell up.
267 to 216. There we go.
Great. That's great to see. Now,
Finally. So we
Michigan,
are 3 away. 3 away. 3
where's Michigan? Where's Wisconsin? And where's
okay.
Minnesota?
Okay. Well, it looks like Minnesota, he's behind. Wisconsin, he's at 51. She's at 47. Michigan, he's at 52. She's at 46. So it looks kind of like it changed a little bit. Arizona, he's at 50. She's at 49. It was 49-49. Nevada is 50 percent for Trump and 47 for Camilla.
So here's the deal. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nevada, Arizona. The planet is watching you right now.
That's it.
It's not
William, I'm gonna run and let the family know. They keep peeking in, asking what numbers are. So I'm gonna go out and let them know. Take a break, and hopefully when I come back, it's at 270. So.
Well, it looks like we've got some Michigan election results. What are they doing? Trying to stay up to date. Let me see. Most of the counties in Michigan, it turns out, looks like they're Republican. There's a lot of Democrat counties in Michigan, and it's great that we're seeing these state maps individually, but Fox isn't going ahead and painting the map according to what we're seeing on these just individual state maps. So what's going on with Fox? Are they, they shut off last time at 10 o'clock and forgot about the rest of us here in the country? Are they going to be, what do they call that? When fair and balanced? Wow, guess what? We just had Trump jump up to 267. All right, Republican projected to take control of the Senate. Yeah, we want to know about the House and the presidency right now, kids. That's great. We know about the Senate. We're wanting to know about the rest of the election. So, what do people think about these stalls and surges? Do they get a warm, fuzzy feeling about that? I'm not getting a warm, fuzzy feeling about it. And, I love my Democratic brethren, but I don't like people that mess with our elections. So, well, I saw some changes in New York. What happened there? New York House, within the New York government, the House in New York State, it looks like Ryan is ahead of Esposito. That's great. I'm glad that that's happened in New York, but I'm here in Washington. Ellie's in, she's in Arkansas. We've got DB in Arizona. We've got people all over the country. We want to know about the national races, Fox. Fox, hello. Yeah, we want to know about the national races first. And we'll do a lot of studying in the state races. But right now, yeah. So the Democrats are 256, the Republicans are 184 in the House, and those numbers have just been stagnant for hours now. And I can see those different zones fascinating, but we do know that some of those races are very, very close. Very close. Okay. Looks like the Republicans are still maybe one up from 51. It doesn't show them 52. It just shows almost. Don't know what that means. Trump, 3. He's 3 electoral votes from the White House. But the popular vote here is kind of not keeping up here.
Well, out there, the Trump place where he's supposed to, I guess, be, everybody's getting excited. They're starting to move people through and get ready to bring Trump in. They've been saying it on the news out there for the family says for about 10, 15 minutes now. So
I'm concerned about how Fox, because I was just looking at Wisconsin, and it shows all these counties being red or blue. So it's like they've counted all these counties, right? But Fox isn't putting the colors up on the map.
yeah.
Why is Fox not doing that? Is Fox not an American news outlet? Is it just an Australian?
You know what I'm wondering, if he didn't already get the 270 and they're just holding off till they move everybody around.
I mean, do we have to go to like China Today to get our election news? Do you think that's what's going on now, Ellie?
I don't know.
Our Main Street news is so corrupted that now we're going to have to go to the South China News or something like that out of Indonesia to get our news. It's pretty pathetic because look, we're getting Ukraine news out of India now.
Yeah.
India. Why not? Germany. Oh no. France? Huh? England?
There's only 7 there.
I was watching British news the other day. They're talking about everything going on and having all these emotional ruptures about this, that, and the other, and they're not talking about anything. They're just spinning their wheels.
The thing is if you start looking at the numbers, with him, let's see, they're real close. But if he gets the 15 votes for Michigan, because he's ahead, also another 10 in Wisconsin because he's ahead.
They can take this thing away at the last moment, Ellie. We've seen this before.
Yeah, even if they got Arizona or even Hawaii. Hawaii's only got 3 or 4, and then Alaska got 3. Even if they took 3 of those, it's still not enough to cover the 35 plus on Trump's side. You see what I'm saying? Does everybody understand in chat?
Wisconsin is counting. It's showing how its House and Senate is falling out, but they're not reporting the federal part of the election. Why is Fox covering state races and not the federal race? I thought this was the national news was what Fox was supposed to cover, right?
Yeah.
And then we take care of state stuff tomorrow. And they've got it exactly backwards.
Yep.
They're doing it again. I'm not trusting Fox too much right now.
Well, for a while when DB was in, he had different numbers than us. He had better numbers, but when I went and looked around to see what everybody else had, they had less than us. So, but I'm gonna say we almost have to call it the Trump won, because even if he gets 25 or 30, he's going to go past it, and Camilla can't gain enough, folks, to make up to 270.
Look how close it was to Biden.
Yeah. because
it was this close with Biden. And we know that there were all kinds of election irregularities.
Yeah.
It's not like it's been brought and argued before.
Well, see, last time they didn't move Trump around, and I didn't see, because I was watching the big celebration party, and everybody, they were kind of looking lifeless like zombies, I said earlier. Now they are all gathering around, they're whispering in ears in the front row, because I watched the crowd. And then they said they were going to be bringing him in the next 10, 15 minutes. And now they've got a long stream of people coming in and security, and that I'm seeing that they're lining up at the front of where he, just off the stage. So, and then I went and looked at the Democrats, okay? And they're all, it looks like their crowd is going home. There's half of what there was.
Well, yeah, that's great. But I want to know who's winning the elections.
Yeah,
I want the numbers. I don't want
64,
emotions.
87. They're going up.
I want raw facts.
It is going up on how much is in. Alaska is even starting to go with some numbers, and it's all looks like Trump with 25% in. It's Trump 56, Harris 38. Hawaii stopped. Hawaii's not moved since they got going. So we're looking at Hawaii holding up. But there's only 4 votes towards the electoral, folks. I mean, how much is that going to help her at 216? That'd put her at 220. And even if she got Arizona or Nevada, that's only still 15 points, where Trump is leading in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and they've got 10 and 15. There's 35 points right there that are looking like it's going to be Trump. And I don't even think Arizona or Nevada can help her at this point. Does anybody agree with me? And what do you think, Susan, with these numbers?
You know what I think about Arizona? And I went there looking for a job in Flagstaff. I met with people. I went down to Scottsdale. I went down to Motorola, Bentonville's places. Arizona, to me, appears to be a mob-ruled state. Just saying.
I don't know. We'd have to ask DB. And I know another lady she lives in Phoenix. I might have to talk to her and see what it's like, where she's at.
Ask DB if Arizona appears to him to be a mob-ruled state.
Adam Schiff won. Oh my God.
I know Southern Nevada is, right? We know Las Vegas is.
Yeah, I think Bernie Sanders won too. I don't know about the squad.
Yeah, Bernie's absolutely won. There's no doubt about it.
No, they retire here, is what DB said. They retire. So
I know people retire there, but what I'm saying is business in Arizona, and therefore the control of the state doesn't happen by the people, but rather by threat of fear. I just wondered if that's the case.
Yeah, William, I'm thinking they're holding off and they're waiting to get candidates.
Maybe it's changed.
They might be calling Camilla. Are you ready to, say you lost? And Trump, hey, we need to get you up on stage.
She's not gonna.
I think they're stalled this because they don't want anybody to go crazy yet.
I don't think she'll do it.
Did PA turn red? Yes. Trump got 50.99. Oh, wait a minute. Minnesota just went to Harris at 50. So we lost Minnesota, and that's
at least they're they're
That's
reporting,
10.
right?
That's
Are they
10.
reporting
Yeah, they just did it and they turned PA the same time with Trump that's 19. He just got 19 more. They should be starting up these numbers up on the top.
I have another pet peeve, Ellie, that I want to talk about.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. When we took Iwo Jima, it took exactly one flag. One American flag. You've all seen the picture of it, right? Why does it take 30 flags around a president? It should take one flag.
Yeah.
When you're running for office, you shouldn't have to adorn yourself and wrap yourself in the American flag. It only takes one flag. One. Not 30. And I saw around the Washington Monument the other day, it used to have all flags of all 50 states. Now it just has 50 American flags. What's that about?
I think he's going to get Michigan. She's way behind in Michigan. She's at 45 and he's at 52.
Yeah, we're going to have to be a little grumpy and badmouth some of these reporting.
Throw a little bit of mud. Just so I don't know about throwing sand, but mud. Maybe that's why they throw mud. It's not. I mean, if it gets on you, you kind of can wipe it out of your eyes. But sand, oh boy, might have to throw a little bit of mud. Arizona still, they're still at 50%.
So Florida said no to abortion with an amendment that was pushed there. I listen to Democrats. I know it's hard to believe, Ellie, but
I have to watch them too, and sometimes when I get onto some of these news shows and they have comments, it's really hard for me. I got to bite my fingers to keep me from saying stuff to these people.
I watch these young gals and stuff, and we may have our own opinions about what's important in this race, okay? And they may have opinions about what's important to them, all right? We have to listen to them. We should listen to them as Republicans. They're concerned about the climate and abortion, these young gals. We're going to have to meet them where they are. We can't expect them to magically understand global politics, let alone U.S. internal politics. We somehow got to meet folks where they are and bridge a gap. I think there's a gap here. I don't think it's as much we dislike what's going on, but there's a gap. And we might have to be tolerant of them more tolerant on a state-by-state thing with abortion, and then deal with the climate ideology and the science in another direction. What do you think about that, Ellie?
I agree with you.
They're just using the climate thing so they can do, and we had it on our ballot here, so they could do carbon taxes.
Mm-hmm. See, that's what California just did. I don't know if the viewers know that Newsom in California is going to raise a huge, huge tax that he's going to put in effect till 2046. It's going to hurt California because of carbon tax.
Who gave the states the right, okay, to trade carbon credits with each other. And we don't even have legislation going on in the United States,
Yeah.
the government over this. What is going on? Carbon tax credits? And here's the thing. It's not just between American companies. Oh no. It's with companies worldwide.
Those little white lines you were asking about, those are divisions between the states. Like they have they do a state and then they put the blank and then they put another state. So that's what that is, just separates them. So, but yeah, we're down to the last three. But like I said, William, I went through and I counted, because this is something the family brought up out there, that even with what's left, she won't get enough. No matter what, she's almost 40 away.
I don't think she's going to call up Trump and say, congratulations, and cede the race, because I think she's going to be a sore loser.
Well, like Hillary, what did she do? She went in the back, got super drunk, and tore up the hotel she was in. She put holes in the walls.
Okay, I want to know one thing: is if she was like Motley Crue and throw a television out the third floor.
I don't know. She may have. Thank God they got her out of the glass house, and sent her to her hotel. But I heard she was pretty bad that night. And they were even worried they might have to, confine her. She lost it. But that's Hillary. She was that way here, when she didn't get her way or something didn't work out. She was brutal. And even Dan Bongino said Secret Service, when she come walking down the hall, they'd hide from her. She's mean.
I want to know one thing, and I've heard tales, so they may be tales. Would she actually throw herself on the ground in the Oval Office?
I think so. I think she would throw herself down and throw a fit, cry, kick her feet, bang her head. I think she would. No one, her reactions here.
Well, I just want to know if it's in the historical record if that ever happened. That's
no, they're not going to let that one go.
Because
I think when she went to those rich people, I can't think of the name of them. They're like the richest in the world, I think. I think when she went to them and they turned her away, kind of said, well, you're not that good. I don't know if you remember that. It was quite a few.
Remember the whole reset thing and the Putin Dasha and the big no.
We're still, I'm looking at my numbers. 87, we're 77, and 51, boy. And okay. Alaska's still only at 25.
Please report.
Nothing in Hawaii. But yeah, if she's gonna worry about if they're gonna stall Hawaii for 4 votes, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. What's 4 votes going to get her?
Hawaii can
230.
They don't have to wait till they get every number. There's no reason to wait for every last vote in a state to start reporting. They should start reporting as they get it, not after they count it.
And Susan says Trump is still in danger if he wins. Oh yeah, they've got a hit on him. And Dan Bongino even said that whether he wins or not, even if he doesn't win, there's still going to be a price on his head. So he won't run next time. They're just after him.
At his age and the rigors of being a president, I don't think there'll be much left of him after the next 4 years if he becomes president.
Well, we got Wisconsin with almost 88%, and he's 51%. They could he's probably going to get that, which is that's 10. That puts him over the
Wisconsin is starting to
270.
report now.
It looks like he might get Nevada. That would give him an additional 6. That's 16. Arizona's too close. But I have a feeling he's going to take Wisconsin and Michigan, and she can't catch up, William. There's no way. What do you think, Susan? Somebody in chat tell me if they see how I'm adding these numbers up. That she's got to make up 40 numbers, 40. And if he gets 20 or 25 or even 30 of it, she's gone.
For Trump to be able to get legislation passed, he needs the House.
Okay, let's see what we do going on with the House. 186 to 160 for the House now. So it's
that hasn't really changed. That's changed by one number in 2 hours.
Yeah.
I
think they're William. I think they're afraid to go to 270. I think they're afraid to add Michigan and Wisconsin.
We're going to this election kicking and screaming the whole damn way.
Because that's 25 right there. Let's see.
Even Fox is kicking and screaming on the way here.
If he gets just to 25, what it looks like, he'll be at 292. She can't, and there's no delegates that's going to get her anywhere close to him at 292. And where I'm getting the 292, folks, is Wisconsin and Michigan. And I mean, even if she had the 6 in Nevada, the 11 in Arizona, there's not very many. 4 in Hawaii, 3 and those numbers aren't going to make any difference. The 4 and 3 is not going to help her out. Her only hope is Arizona and Nevada at this point. Oh, Wisconsin just went. Wisconsin went for Trump for 51%. He gets the 10 votes. Did they just go up? 277. Trump is at 277, folks. There is no way for Kamala Harris to catch him.
What about the House? What's going on with Wisconsin with their representatives? Do you have anything?
The House?
Yeah, with the representatives.
They're 186, and the Democrats are at 160.
Well, I'm just saying the number of representatives.
They just declared, they just hit him up. They declared Donald Trump the winner, folks. They got that check. They got the check.
Well, that's great. Well, I'm going to watch the House. You can go to, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna close this out. And we'll see what happens in the morning. And if everything changes and me and William need to come back tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening, we will. But as it looks, okay, I'm going to go over this again. There's still Michigan. He's ahead. It's 46 to 52. I don't think she's going to get that. That's an additional 15 votes. She might be able to squeeze. I don't know. I don't think Nevada's going to be, which would be an additional 6. Arizona is close. I'm thinking she might get Arizona with 11, and she might get Hawaii and Alaska with 7. That still doesn't even get her close. She's at 226, folks. There is no way she's going to catch him at 290. He's almost at 300. So how does state representatives to the state house get reported and federal representatives to the House and Congress not get reported?
So I don't know, but we have got 187.
Fox is doing right now.
Yeah.
Fox is not reporting, or those states are not giving.
I think it's the states. Fox has been pretty good tonight. They're pretty close to even DB's fact checked me tonight. I don't mind it. But
I'm just concerned about the House race. Everybody will forget about the House as soon as Trump starts to celebrate,
Yeah, and Trump's even went up a little bit on his in Michigan. So anyway, folks,
this could still go to hanging chads like between George Bush and Senator Kerry.
Yeah. Oh, Kerry's scary. Kerry's scary. Yeah, it rhymes. I'm worried about him with climate change, and I think that one of the last times he came through and he was just ready to cut everybody off of water and air and whatever else he could cut them on for climate. I think they silenced him. I wouldn't even be surprised if Soros didn't silence him. So, okay, William, I'm going to go ahead and close out for tonight. And I hope these numbers are the same in the morning, or I hope you guys are seeing what I was talking about a 290 for Trump. And maybe
can we come on tomorrow? Can we come on tomorrow morning and give the totals that we found?
Let's see how I feel. And I know you're earlier than me, so if I can get up and move around and I feel okay, I probably won't be able to get on, but I'll go ahead and put you on. If that's okay.
Because we only need 3 minutes. We're not going to need 15 minutes.
Yeah. So just to go over all the final numbers, but congratulations to Trump, I hope, and freedom, democracy, and the right to be able to live, folks. It's time for this country to turn around and be prosperous like we should have been 4 years ago. Okay, folks, let me get this down. And so with that, we'll see what happens in the morning. Expect William to be on. I'm not sure what time, but I'll get a hold of him as early as I can and get him on for a few minutes. I might even jump in. I just might look pretty.
I'm going to watch these elections and how these states report stuff because I'm concerned.
Yeah. So
all right.
So thanks. Have a wonderful night, folks. See you in the morning. Okay, William.